Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host of y'all mean a revolution, and we got to get into the Chinese war on America using the cartels. Now, I done touched on this before, but we finna get back deep into it because it's still going on. A lot of mysterious things going on. Chinese biolabs, the fentanyl death, which affect our community. Be sure to wipe your feet coming into the House of Revolution. Revolutionary salute, family. That's hitting the like button, support the platform, subscribe to the channel. Jim Crow Joe sleep at the wheel while we under attack. Let's get right into the information this evening.
Members of Congress are calling the influx of Chinese fentanyl an act of asymmetric war against the United States. The Drug Enforcement Agency estimates 90% of fentanyl comes from Chinese companies that not only operate legally inside of China, but are also subsidized and paid for by the Chinese Communist Party. China sends precursor chemicals, which are then processed and manufactured into synthetic opioids by Mexican drug cartels that then smuggle them into the United States.
Fentanyl precursor chemicals are made in China.
It is not at all an area of dispute that China provides the fentanyl that comes into the United States.
Yeah. On the other hand, China claims the fentanyl crisis is entirely an American domestic issue that's being blamed on them. China claims Big Pharma's opioid corruption, weak U.S. laws, and a culture of American drug glorification are really to blame. This disagreement is a major problem for the world's two biggest economies. Attempts to stop this have failed, leading to calls for U.S. military intervention against Mexican cartels to stop the substance's devastating effects.
Growing calls from Republicans to send the U.S. military into Mexico to combat drug cartels.
For example, in 2022, over 107,000 Americans died from overdoses in the United States, and fentanyl poisoning became the leading cause of death of Americans.
Now, I have brought to attention, I did a live on that, but it was on the other the platform, that it was high in our community. African American, Black communities are leading the way in fentanyl deaths. There's a lot of homeless Blacks are also fentanyl. It done popped up in our communities now. They talking about a lot of these deaths that people look like me and you are dying from this poison. And it is on purpose. They absolutely are strategically doing this to America while making money. Why are they doing it?
18 to 45 years of age. A 2019 paper found that prescription opioids accounted for 44% of the decline in labor force participation among men. In asymmetric warfare, one nation seeks to exploit the other's relative weakness. In this case, China's accused of exploiting America's appetite for illicit drugs and weaponizing fentanyl. When US President Donald Trump and China's President Xi Jinping engaged in an all-out trade war in 2018, the Chinese government then increased tax breaks and subsidized companies that were exporting fentanyl abroad to punish the United States.
See?
When Nancy Pelosi visited...
Knowing people were going to die, it is an act of war and it's a weapon. The Chinese done had this done to them before the British did it. The British did it to them, and they're doing it to the West, mainly the U.S., with the help of the cartels, pumping it into our neighborhoods.
Taiwan in 2022 against China's wishes. They stopped all cooperation between Chinese and U.S. law enforcement agencies that were working to fight fentanyl trafficking. It's clear the fentanyl crisis has become deeply ingrained in foreign diplomacy today. But the idea of weaponizing substances against an adversary is nothing new. Because if there was ever a country to understand the power of addiction in geopolitics, it's China. Qin Gang, China's former ambassador to the United States, said, quote, "The Opium Wars started a century of humiliation for China. Some Americans believe that China is the primary source of fentanyl in the United States. Some even fantasize that China's shipping fentanyl to the United States as a form of payback for the Opium Wars, and that North America has been flooded with precursor chemicals from China, stifling international efforts. The theory is that China is using the same tactic that was used against them, but now they're turning it against the West." Over 100.
This is true. People need to pay attention to this. And China is letting the world. They absolutely are using opioid and drugs to bring the West to their knees, mainly the U.S., like Britain and the Anglo-Saxons did to them. They absolutely are doing that. And our community is being devastated by this war.
170 years ago, in the mid-19th century, the Opium Wars led to what China calls their century of humiliation, that they claim only ended in 1949, except in the Opium Wars, the roles were reversed. At the time, the United States, Great Britain, and France found themselves going crazy over Chinese tea and silk. But Britain ran into a problem. They started running low on silver necessary to pay for these exotic goods. The British turned to their Indian colony and said, hey, how about you guys produce opium, a highly addictive drug, and then we can trade it to China for all these sweet, sweet tea leaves and silk. Selling opium probably wasn't initially designed to create an epidemic in China, but instead it was probably a method to restore the balance of trade back in Europe's favor. It's like a history lesson on how not to win friends and influence people. Opium smuggled by the British and American traders skyrocketed.
The British knew exactly what they was doing. This one thing they ain't never been stupid. They ain't conquer half the majority of the world being stupid. They were very intelligent, and that was an act of war. Using a biological weapon on them, a chemical weapon on them, addiction. They knew exactly what they was doing. That's what, and China know exactly what they're doing to us. It's not by accident.
In the mid-1800s. Massive amounts of Chinese silver was flowing out of their country to the West to pay for opium. At its peak, 13.5 million Chinese out of 400 people in their population were hooked. Or to put it more bluntly, 25% of the country's males were spending all their time smoking in an opium den. At that point, it becomes difficult to raise an army or increase your economy's productivity because everyone is too busy chasing that big old red opium dragon. Opium had become an existential threat to China. What followed is an interesting parallel to the debate occurring in the US political system today, because the Chinese government debated whether or not they should try to profit off the opium themselves and legalize the drug through a government monopoly like they had with salt, which they could barter, or if they should make it outright illegal. China passed laws banning narcotics and told foreign sellers if they didn't stop, they'd be punished under Chinese law. Seeing the social and economic degradation that widespread opium addiction was having in the society, the Chinese emperor confiscated and destroyed more than 20,000 chests of opium. Some 1,400 tons of the drug were warehoused at Canton by British merchants. This led to Britain launching the First Opium War. According to the first-hand reports written in 1847, about 19,000 British ground troops fought on Chinese soil in the city of Zhenjiang, defeating the Qin dynasty in 1842. Even though China outnumbered Britain with 100,000 soldiers, Western military weapons and technology were far superior. This included precision-lock muskets, heavy artillery, and paddle-wheel gunboats. Add to that the fact that British troops had far more combat experience from fighting in recent Napoleonic wars. It gave them an edge in the battle. Britain was able to wage war 4,800 miles away from home, thanks to advanced warships and logistical resupply from nearby colonies in Southeast Asia and India. It was this pre-positioning of supplies and
because it was never just Britain. It was NATO back then too. The whole European world was helping them people do this to the Chinese.
Combat power that resulted in a disaster for the Chinese forces. China had 7,000 casualties to Britain's less than 3,000. This resulted in the Treaty of Nanking in 1842, and it gave Britain control of Hong Kong, which has had ripple effects seen to this day. The First and Second Opium Wars spanned nearly 2 decades, where Britain and France won decisive victories. China calls this today the century of humiliation. From their perspective, these treaties were unfair. This concept is key to understanding China's perspective today because this history underscores the devastating consequences of weaponizing drugs as a tactic, which should tell us how important it is to address the fentanyl crisis today. One historian even called this time period China's treaty century because each loss meant that they were forced to make major concessions to foreign countries like France, England, and Russia. The treaties made the opium trade legal and allowed foreign nationals in China to be immune from Chinese laws. Many of these treaties weren't voided until 1943, so it's not like this is distant history for China. The United States did participate in the opium trade, and they benefited from these trade negotiations signed as a result of the wars. It's likely impossible for China to have not learned from this traumatic experience from their point of view, the power of weaponizing addiction for political gain and economic profit. The opium trade in China hit its peak in 1906. At the time, 35,000 tons were grown domestically, and an extra 4,000 tons of opium were brought in imported from abroad. A massive percentage of their population was addicted. So how did China manage to free their population from drug addiction for a period of time? Is there anything at all of use that we could potentially learn from this on how to manage our own drug crisis today? Well, maybe not, because when the Chinese Communist Party took control in 1949, they burned it down. They burned it all down, specifically the opium fields and all of their drug addicts. Dictator Mao Zedong used unrestrained repression and social reform to eradicate any.
When Mao came into power, the Chinese who lost power fled to the islands of to Taiwan. The ones who still want to do the opioids and be puppets of the West and do everything that Britain and America said to do, yeah, those are the people that's in Taiwan right now. You see, they had to get run out the country. They were the bootlicking, shoe shining, buck dancing Chinese that was bringing their people to keeping the people on their knees. So that to get rid of the drugs, they had to free themselves of those traitors.
Signs of opium. More than 800 traffickers were put to death, and many were sent to prison for life. 10 million addicts were forced into compulsory treatment and punished by the government if they didn't follow through. By 1953, only 5 years after taking control, the communist leadership announced that China was drug-free thanks to these draconian measures. This historical example demonstrates the extremes to which a government can go when combating a drug crisis, and the potential consequences for civil liberties and human rights. I think this is a possible foreshadowing of what could be to come for any country that isn't able to resolve a drug crisis that runs out of control. If it becomes a threat to the country and the citizens' well-being, they will ask for harsh authoritarian measures to solve problems that run out of control. But what does this have to do with the situation today? Considering all that history of how terrible China feels they've been treated after their losses in the Opium Wars, is it possible that they engineered this recent fentanyl crisis inside the United States as some form of payback? Well, it's not that straightforward, because there were actually two parallel developments in China and the United States that created a perfect storm of conditions for the opium epidemic to emerge. First, fentanyl wasn't created by drug lords for nefarious purposes. It was actually made by Belgian physician Paul Janssen in 1959 for legitimate medical uses in extreme pain management. It's 50 to 100 times more potent than morphine. 2 decades later, China's economy started growing exponentially in the late 1970s, thanks to economic reforms. Their pharmaceutical industry exploded at the time, growing 17% every year, becoming the second largest in the world, because they were able to manufacture with lower labor costs and less strict regulations compared to Western countries. Precursor chemicals used in fentanyl were made with relative ease thanks to fewer restrictions. This was then exported to international markets, including the United States. Then at the same time, in 1988, fentanyl was approved for medical use inside the United States. It's treated as a Schedule II narcotic since it does have legitimate uses. However, this means it's not subject to the same scrutiny as substances like heroin, LSD, or even marijuana, despite being far deadlier. In the US, during the 1990s and early 2000s, pharmaceutical companies marketed these opioids aggressively to healthcare providers, downplaying their addictive potential. Purdue Pharma, Johnson & Johnson, as well as others, misled healthcare professionals about the risks of their prescription painkiller OxyContin, contributing to the opioid epidemic in the United States. And so by 2019, fentanyl was in the top 300 most commonly prescribed medications in the US, with more than 1 million prescriptions. But by this point, the US government caught on to the problem and created new restrictions, making prescription opioids harder to legitimately obtain. In turn, some individuals who were already addicted turned to illicit opioids, which were cheaper and more accessible. Demand in the US was exploding, while at the same time, so was the supply in China, creating a perfect storm of these two parallel developments. So how did the US respond? I mean, this resulted in a drop of $1.5 trillion from the US economy, according to the US Congress's Joint Economic Committee. That's 7% of the annual GDP. In 2019, the Trump administration took the first steps to reverse course by applying political pressure, and as a result, China outlawed the shipment of all fentanyl products to the United States. The STOP Act was passed in an attempt to stem the flow of illegal fentanyl coming in through the mail. But despite all these efforts, fentanyl deaths continued to rise, and so did the amount of fentanyl seized by the DEA. China failed to enforce these controls. Like a Chinese finger trap, it seemed that the harder the US worked to pull away from Chinese shipments of fentanyl, the stronger the underground networks became. But is China purposely allowing this to happen?
Yeah.
Chinese diplomats are quick to point out that they have a hard stance on drug crime. Just look at the fact that in China, drug-related convictions often carry the death penalty. So from China's perspective, the US policies and laws are way too lax. But that's not the whole story. Because when researchers look deeper into the differences between anti-drug laws in the US and in China, they found large gaps, positioned to favor the export of fentanyl analogs. Ben Westhoff, author of Fentanyl Inc., and journalist who posed as a drug dealer from the United States in order to visit drug labs in China, explains during a Joe Rogan podcast.
In the US, we have this thing called the Federal Analog Act that bans all these drugs even before they're invented. But in China, they have to do it one by one by one by one. These chemists specialize in this window when something is banned in the US, but it's still legal in China.
Basically, it's like buying a knockoff brand cereal instead of the name brand stuff. Because of the loopholes available in Chinese law, synthetic drug manufacturers are able to operate legally in China, but the claim that China is actively funding the problem comes from this evidence.
Chinese companies showered with these types of government benefits include one called Wansheng. It receives them even while, by its own admission, it sells ingredients to make fentanyl, called precursors, all over the globe, including to the US.
So how does China keep themselves another step removed from the trade? The Mexican cartels were turned into a streamlined logistical network for a robust Chinese synthetic drug manufacturing industry. Chinese manufacturers are legally making and selling fentanyl products to the cartels that act as a logistical middleman to ferry large quantities of deadly drugs into American society. Then Chinese money launderers are facilitating the clearing of drug profits for an additional cut. Personally, I don't believe that the Chinese Communist Party set out with the intention of using synthetic drugs to poison and disrupt the United States.
Yes, they did.
This was more likely a target of opportunity that emerged once the conditions were already ripe inside the United States. And it's important to note that China is not the only country involved in supplying this epidemic. The DEA also identifies India as an emerging supplier of fentanyl, analogs, and precursors. As early as 2016, Mexican cartel members traveled to China and India to set up ties and fentanyl distributors and inspect laboratories where they could order precursor and analog products. Experts also claim that the Chinese companies and chemists, when met with friction in China, moved to India to set up laboratories for fentanyl and other synthetic drugs. You might remember India was used by the British in the Opium Wars over a century ago to send opium into China. Sun Tzu, author of The Art of War and maybe the most well-known Chinese military philosopher, writes that the pinnacle of attack by stratagem is to manipulate the conditions on the battlefield so that you are victorious without needing to fire a single shot. When the leading cause of death for young Americans of fighting age between 18 and 45 is from fentanyl, it begs the question of how much this epidemic is being used to weaken the United States before the advent of any crisis. According to the Military Times, fentanyl deaths among troops more than doubled from 2017 to 2021. Veterans are disproportionately affected and are twice as likely as the general population to die from an opioid overdose. What are some ways to fix this? There are several steps that could be taken, but each solution has their own set of problems. First, the US could permanently place fentanyl-related substances into Schedule 1 of the Controlled Substances Act to empower law enforcement's ability to bring those involved in trafficking and producing illicitly manufactured synthetic opioids to justice. Second, there's the option of military strikes against Mexican drug cartels and labeling them as foreign terrorist organizations to open up increased pressure here. Third, efforts to decrease US drug demand are important. The dynamics of fentanyl crisis involves various players, including Mexican cartels, Chinese manufacturers, and domestic demand in the United States, as well as companies in the US themselves. And yes, there are some interesting historical parallels here with the Opium Wars, but it's important to recognize the situation today is unique. China might not have started the opium epidemic in the United States, but they've clearly not let a good crisis go to waste. If you found something useful in this video, please hit the like and subscribe button so that more people
Our next story is about the US and China. and how their strange dynamics are fueling an epidemic of drugs across the US. This is the story of the addiction epidemic in the United States and how it's worsening, and how Chinese money launderers are contributing to make it worse. Our next report getting you the complete story.
Chinese money launderers are fueling an addiction epidemic in America. This network is growing. And how does it function? Well, Chinese criminals are helping Mexican drug cartels bypass banking and regulatory crackdowns in the United States. The strained relationship between Washington and Beijing is complicating efforts to tackle this, with China's repeated denial of any role in America's drug crisis. And just how bad is the crisis? The figures are alarming. In 2021 alone, 107,000 deaths were recorded in America due to drug overdose. Out of this, 2/3 were due to a highly addictive synthetic opioid called fentanyl, with the opioid becoming the leading cause of death for Americans, particularly between the ages of 18 and 45. It has begun to emerge as America's greatest enemy. And this has led to a new threat of drug cartel businesses witnessing a dramatic change. Some officials from the US believe that criminal organizations in China have captured the money laundering business for the cartels. And this is not only alarming, but it is one of the biggest threats to public safety in the United States. As per officials, this network is so efficient in its functioning that American law enforcement is finding it difficult to decode it. In fact, most of the communication is carried out over WeChat. It is an encrypted Chinese instant messaging app, which is extremely difficult to intercept. The State Department of the US estimates illicit funds worth over $154 billion pass through China every year. $154 billion. Tracing the movement of illicit money is difficult, primarily because Chinese money brokers pick up narcotic proceeds in the US, and once the bulk of cash is received by Chinese brokers, they then sell the dollars to Chinese customers who want to spend the money in the US. Chinese organized crime charging only 2% to launder the funds, as opposed to a charge of 10% that is incurred on running them without Chinese support. This is accompanied by the constant risk of violence, theft, and law enforcement intervention. Along with these benefits, the funds are delivered to the traffickers in their home countries, immediately with guaranteed payment, and minimized movement of funds. After all, money is the lifeline of drug cartels, and China is enriching this systematically, strategically, and claiming that Mexico and China have a smooth channel of counter-narcotics cooperation. And the opioid drug abuse in the US is completely made in America. Bureau Report, WION. This one.
WION now available in your
globally. It supports criminal organizations, and the Chinese Communist Party is behind it. Welcome to China Uncensored. I'm Chris Chappell. China is a global center for money laundering. For those of you keeping score, China is also a global center for ethnic genocide, organ harvesting, political kidnapping, and torture. At this point, I think they love breaking the law so much, they're probably also a global center for jaywalking, just for the love of the game. But they're really innovative when it comes to their money laundering. Different variations are super confusing and convoluted, and that's the point. Chinese money laundering happens everywhere, from Italy to Australia, and all the countries in between. In some ways, this is a problem for the Chinese Communist Party. Many of China's wealthy want to flee the country. This fuels a massive amount of capital flight, which is when wealthy people move their money out of China. They want to put their cash into property and assets abroad, so it's easier for them to get out of China when they need to, because China is a global center for ethnic genocide, organ harvesting, political kidnapping, and torture. For years, the Chinese regime has been selectively cracking down on Chinese citizens who try to get around Chinese laws. Those laws generally prohibit them from converting more than $50,000 in Chinese yuan into foreign currency in a year. If you were to look at headlines alone, you may be led to believe that China just wants to enforce rules and clean up dirty money. But China, under the Chinese Communist Party, lives and breathes dirty money. And that's by design. The money they breathe is even dirtier than the air they breathe. And that's saying something. Beneath the surface of these money laundering clampdowns are power struggles to kick out some corrupt money launderers while keeping others. Because the Chinese Communist Party is more than willing to turn a blind eye to money laundering if it helps them. In fact, the CCP is encouraging it. Case in point, look no further than China's top banks, like the state-owned Bank of China. French authorities accused Bank of China of not complying with anti-money laundering laws. That's because they did nothing when tens of millions of euros were sent to Bank of China accounts between 2012 and 2014 without paying European taxes. But Bank of China doesn't just not report money laundering. It, along with other Chinese banks, actively cooperates with criminals. In 2015, Italy sought to prosecute Bank of China's Milan branch managers for their involvement in smuggling money from counterfeiting, prostitution, labor exploitation, and tax evasion, or what the CCP calls a Tuesday. These aren't just some greedy rogue employees doing their own thing either, because the Chinese regime actually stymied Italy's money laundering investigations, and yet claimed that Chinese authorities knew nothing of the case. In response to Western media coverage of the story, my favorite state-run media, the Global Times, wrote in Mandarin that the Bank of China has no obligation to cooperate with Italian police. A similar thing happened in Spain with the also state-owned Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, known as ICBC. Spanish authorities caught 4 employees at ICBC who were helping launder tens of millions of euros for clients, including Chinese criminal organizations. The bank itself wasn't very cooperative. According to Spanish prosecutors, rather than help crack down on money laundering, the bank deliberately obstructed investigations by supplying misleading information about its clients. Having the Spanish authorities poking further into the bank's corruption made the Chinese Communist Party nervous, and for good reason. The probe went so high up in the bank's European operations that China's top official in Madrid pressured Spanish officials to conclude the inquiry, warning that failure to do so would harm economic relations. This is like if your boyfriend told you it would hurt your relationship if you kept looking into why there's lipstick on his collar. That's a big red flag. The also state-owned Agricultural Bank of China is guilty of corrupt money laundering as well. Over in New York, the state's Department of Financial Services found that the bank violated anti-money laundering laws and masked suspicious financial transactions. Some of the bank's shady practices include using coded messages through SWIFT. That's the financial communication system used for international banking transactions. Those coded messages helped entities that are subject to U.S. sanctions get around those sanctions. And the bank silenced compliance officers who raised the alarm on suspicious activities. Yeah, it definitely sounds like China. For a country that claims to care about countering crime, it always likes to act sus. This would be like if Ash Ketchum said he wanted to stop Pokemon fighting leagues. You're literally the champion of it, dude. But China's not just laundering money just to gain more wealth. It's using it as a tool to actively undermine the West. I'll tell you how after the break. Welcome back. The Chinese Communist Party is allowing state-owned Chinese banks to facilitate money laundering abroad and defending them against criticism. But there's also a different kind of money laundering, one that involves underground Chinese banks. Some of these money laundering schemes involve criminal organizations, including Mexican drug cartels. The CCP is so good at crime, they're helping crime on the other side of the planet. Honestly, that would be kind of inspiring if it wasn't, crime. Thanks to Chinese banking apps, which are outside the purview of the US and other countries, Chinese organized crime has taken over money laundering for the Mexican drug cartels, providing a more efficient system for transferring drug sales profits to Mexico. This has increased net profits for the cartels and empowered them to expand their operations. A lot of it's done through what's called trade-based money laundering. The gist of it is that dealers convert drug cash into Chinese merchandise, which are often overpriced cheap goods, either directly from Chinese vendors or through US importers. That's then shipped to wherever the cartel needs the funds. Once sold, the proceeds get banked. Thanks to China's massive influence as the world's great exporter, trade-based money laundering can be easily disguised in large shipments with the help of Chinese manufacturers and freight forwarders. So by trying to save money, people buying cheap Chinese goods wind up supporting Mexican drug cartels. According to John Cassara, a former US Treasury investigator, this is interconnected with China's underground banking system, which bypasses conventional banking institutions. China has so much influence over the cartels that underground Chinese banks are now handling almost all narco money in Latin America. We don't know how extensive these underground banks are, but they are massive. In Italy, for example, there's an ongoing investigation into a secret bank with branches in Rome, Florence, and other cities that are capable of laundering up to 2 billion euros annually and sending that money into accounts held at Chinese state-owned banks. All evidence indicates that the Chinese Communist Party is actively working with money launderers. Canada is another prime example of that, especially in the Vancouver area, which has become a byword for money laundering fueled by Chinese cash. Billions of dollars a year have been laundered in Vancouver by criminals using tactics such as gambling in casinos, buying and selling luxury goods, and taking out residential mortgages that are paid off in cash installments small enough not to trigger any alarm bells. Probably because small amounts of cash in Canada are called loonies and toonies, and it's impossible to be alarmed by money that sounds like it's used by Bugs Bunny. According to investigative journalist Sam Cooper, the same guy who helped shed light to Chinese influence operations in Canada's elections, respected officials in the CCP are handlers and bosses of elite transnational Asian gangs, and they're corrupting Canadian officials in the process. If there's a crime anywhere on the planet, there's a decent chance the CCP is backing it. The CCP is like the Pharrell Williams of crime. They helped produce everything over the last couple decades. There are a lot of examples of the Communist Party's bromance with dangerous money launderers. One example of this is Se Chirlop, a Canadian citizen who was known as Asia's most wanted drug boss. He was the leader of a transnational drug trafficking syndicate known as the Company, which both the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and Canadian Security Intelligence Service know is connected to Chinese state police and intelligence agencies. Over in Australia, there's the Chen organization. It's pretty obvious how close it is to the CCP. Its services were used by Alvin Chow, the Macau gambling junket king who now faces 18 years in jail in China. According to a prominent Chinese dissident, Chow was a white glove or bag man and a Macau asset to top party officials connected to former leader and deceased toad Jiang Zemin. The Chen organization is also suspected of transferring money for Simon Pan, a brothel owner and alleged money launderer who is a business partner of Ming Chai, the cousin of Chinese leader Xi Jinping. Seeing a pattern here? Police and intelligence agencies sure do, especially Chinese ones since they're in on it. Over the past 5 years, Australian state and federal policing agencies have consistently linked figures with ties to the Chinese government to organized crime in Australia. All this should be a warning that China is not a country we should trust to counter money laundering. It will look the other way for Communist Party elites and fuel corruption in other countries. Worse yet, it'll get money into shady networks involved in everything from drugs, illegal arms deals, human trafficking, and even terrorism, and possibly even jaywalking. just for the love of the game. And this show is possible because of support from viewers like you. So as a thank you to my wonderful fans who support China Uncensored through the crowdfunding website Patreon or the exclusive social media platform Locals, I'll answer one of your questions.
Google phasing out China. Now its translation service is exiting the world's biggest internet market. A major U.S. pharma company also reportedly losing access to the Chinese market after turning down a request from Beijing. No imminent invasion in Taiwan. That's the word from Biden's defense secretary. At the same time, reiterating America's commitment to the island. China is selling liquefied natural gas from the U.S. to Europe. We take a closer look at why there's so much excess and a deadly drug threatening kids in America. With Halloween around the corner, 15,000 fentanyl pills, concealed as Nerds and Skittles, have been seized on U.S. soil.
We know who is responsible for poisoning the American people with fentanyl. We know who is responsible for shattering families and communities across the United States with drug poisonings and overdoses. We know that behind the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Americans is a cartel-driven fentanyl trafficking network that spans countries and continents.
That, of course, the Attorney General Merrick Garland earlier today addressing the fentanyl crisis in the U.S. Today, the Treasury Department announced a series of indictments and sanctions against 14 people and 14 firms across China and Canada related to the import of fentanyl to the United States. Kara, where are we in this battle of China sending fentanyl to Mexico, which then comes in to the United States? Clearly, the government now is focusing on China. Are we the right step? Are we behind the curve? Where are we?
Oh, I think it's too little too late. Now, fentanyl is the leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 45 years old. That is a problem. You see every day, story after story. Just last month, the daycare, a 1-year-old died through pure exposure to fentanyl. Didn't even touch it, or it just exposed. So massive problem. And it is not just the fact that the ingredients are emanating from China. Look at what China is doing, the Chinese Communist Party in particular, is doing to the American population in general. We call TikTok digital fentanyl. That's a Representative Mike Gallagher quote, and he's exactly right. They have the potential to control the algorithm. They, what our children see, they can actually control and influence that. The Chinese spy balloon, it's a sort of an encirclement, IP theft, forced tech transfer, corporate espionage. This has been going on. It's affecting every aspect of American life. So yes, we should be targeting the CCP.
Sanctions like this, Brad, are they enough?
No.
Okay.
I don't think they are, and I don't think the White House thinks they're enough either. I think this is part of a multifaceted effort to control the drug crisis in America, from fentanyl down the line. And we've seen opioids that are made here at home, fentanyl that's coming across the border. The drug problem in America is real. It's a problem, and it's going to take everything from more resources at the border. And I think the White House has sent an historic number of agents down to the border. It's going to take more mental health counseling, more substance abuse counseling. This is a multifaceted problem that needs it's a very complicated problem that needs multifaceted solutions.
The problem with the border strategy, though, and I work with the former Homeland Security Acting Secretary, is that while they are putting people down on the border, they're processing immigrants. And what the cartels are doing, and we've all seen the video, they're lining up the immigrants, they're storming them across the border. Meanwhile, that's where all the resources go. A mile away, that's where the known and suspected terrorists, that's where the fentanyl, that's where the gang members, that's where the criminals are going, because all of the resources are there for the 150, 200,000 illegal migrants, and they're a mile down the road. That's where they're sneaking everything in.
No, I mean, look, the president has committed a historic number of folks to go down and help secure the border. The border is a massive problem. It continues to plague this White House, and they've done a lot of things to move forward with that. But we've got to do more, and I hope that they get the message and respond in a more robust way. But we need government partners. We need 60 votes in the Senate to get comprehensive immigration reform, and Republicans.
Well, that ain't
the House
happening.
Right, exactly. And so that's the White House is hamstrung by Republicans' refusal. The White House is hamstrung by Republican refusal to engage and govern here.
All right.
Thanks for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to
Thank you. Senator Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Jones, do you consider the fentanyl crisis to be a public health emergency?
Yes, and there is currently a public health emergency declared for the opioid crisis.
Okay, thank you. Like every state, my home state of Kansas is now a border state. That's right. As you can see from this map behind me, Kansas is literally at the crossroads of fentanyl trafficking, with 3 major arteries coming out of Mexico, piercing the heart of our great state, and all 3 bisecting the nation's busiest east-west byway. We are now at ground zero. In fact, just recently, officers in Kansas City, Kansas, seized nearly 15,000 fake pills laced with fentanyl during a 2-day bust. Fentanyl is now killing a Kansan on most every day. It's killing over 250 Americans every day. Sadly, fentanyl is now the #1 killer of young adults. Poisoning deaths, and I mention and I stress, these are poisoning deaths from synthetic opioids, particularly fentanyl, have increased by more than 600%. So where does it come from and why is it so cheap? As we all know, the fentanyl precursors are made in China, and yes, you could call this China's revenge on the West for Opium War. In Mexico, Chinese chemists and their cartels convert these precursors into fentanyl, and they lace fake pills like Adderall or Xanax or Percocet, or they mix them with illicit drugs like meth and cocaine, or simply they sell it in various pure forms. Unfortunately, this is one supply chain from China that's not broken. It goes without saying, with an open, porous southern border, the supply is abundant, driving the street price down. For where oxycodone tablets maybe cost $60, you can pay $2 to $6 for a fentanyl tablet. One final point I want to go back to, returning to this fake pills concept. Dying from fentanyl is poisoning. It's not an overdose. That's poisoning. If a non-suspecting student takes a fake Adderall pill they purchased online or wherever they purchased and dies, that's poisoning, and the criminals should be tried for murder. At least that's how I see it. Mr. Chester, would securing borders and decreasing smuggling impact the fentanyl crisis?
Yes, Senator. I mean, as I said in response to Senator Murphy as well, the men and women that we have at our southern border are the finest.
We understand, but you agree it would have a significant impact. Dr. Jones, same question. Would securing our borders and decreasing the smuggling and easy access to fentanyl impact the crisis?
I would reiterate Mr. Chester's points about the efforts in the National Drug Control Strategy to address.
But they're not working. You can reiterate the points, but obviously with a 600% increase in deaths, whatever we're trying to do, reiterating the points, forming committees, talking to people, something's not working. Dr. Jones, do you believe we should apply Title IV to drug smuggling across the southern border?
Well, Title 42 is rooted in protecting public health from communicable diseases. So while there is a declared 319 public health emergency for the opioid crisis, it falls outside of the scope of Title 42.
Okay. Mr. Chester, you stated that first, the most important action we can do right now is to give more naloxone out. You know, as a physician, that's like telling me to give people with brain tumors Tylenol, to say that that's the most important thing. Do you really feel that giving out naloxone would have a bigger impact than securing our borders?
Senator, by most important thing, what I meant was most important thing in saving lives now, because it can reduce an opioid overdose. But that is not exclusive of all the work that's being done at the southern border and with other countries and with the Postal Inspection Service and all of the other means that we do to keep the drugs out of our communities. The naloxone is designed to reduce an overdose death and save a life immediately.
You know, what we're doing now is we're putting a finger in the dike, and the entire dike is giving away. If we don't secure our borders, this epidemic is only going to get worse. Mr. Chester, you also stated that the U.S. routinely engages with the People's Republic of China to address shipments. And you go on to say that PRC's actions in that regard have a direct and positive impact. How can you objectively, quantitatively substantiate your statement when we're seeing a 600% increase in deaths? I know you're talking to them. I know there's collaboration, but what's your objective evidence that says that China is doing anything to slow this machine down?
The best example I can give you is the work that we did with China prior to May of 2019, when China class scheduled all fentanyl-related substances, and as a result, the direct shipment of fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances from China to the United States went down to almost zero. Now,
that was in 2019?
That was in 2019, yes, sir. And now, the traffickers moved from producing finished fentanyl into precursor chemicals, which they supplied to Mexican suppliers, and that went up. But that speaks to the dynamic and interactive nature of very determined, profit-driven.
So quantitatively, what have you done that can show me that we've impacted that? What is there any objective evidence that we've impacted China's supplying this? I mean, they're sending it to us like we send wheat to them.
The number of seizures of precursor chemicals and pre-precursor chemicals in the Western Hemisphere has been consistently high. And in many of those cases, that was due to cooperation with Chinese officials, or subsequent to the seizure, the information was sent to the Chinese officials so that they could take action and hold the individuals responsible.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back. But the point is, the seizures are going up because objectively, China is not stopping the supply of these precursors. Thank you. I yield back.
Senator
Texas, Mr. McCall.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank Mr. Jones and Mr. Maltz for your service, your law enforcement service in the line of duty in very dangerous conditions. Mr. Maltz, I want to thank you also for your comment about foreign policy, because I can't think from a communist China standpoint, a better foreign policy than introducing poison through Mexico into the United States, killing Americans and making money off it. It's almost like a reverse opium war, and they see it that way. It's killed 70,000 young people, 20,000 pounds of fentanyl seized, enough to kill 4.6 billion people. My children have been to 5 funerals of their friends who thought they were taking Xanax or ADD medication, and they never woke up. And Mr. Jones, I know I commend you for being number one, my great state of Texas, what you've done. We know this better, I think, than anybody. And I remember going down after Mayorkas rescinded remain in Mexico. And I talked to the Border Patrol chief, and it was chaos. And I said, what do you attribute this to? Is there any cause and effect, a direct cause and effect between what you're seeing now and what the policy change of this administration? And he said, Congressman, there's no question there's a direct cause and effect between the rescission of remain in Mexico and what we're seeing today. What else are we seeing? A human trafficking event of my lifetime. I've never seen anything like this. I was the U.S. attorney at Western District of Texas, had the Texas border. You know, I was chairman of this committee. We were, Ms. Vaughn, getting this under control. We were controlling political asylum because the cartels manipulate political asylum claims. And when Remain in Mexico went into place, they couldn't manipulate anymore. You know why? Because they couldn't enter the United States. Their claims were adjudicated with them in Mexico, and therefore catch and release was ended finally. The very first bill I introduced in Congress 20 years ago, imagine. And here we are today. It's alive and well, and this secretary is responsible in my judgment. And the rising crime and the women going to sex trafficking, the unvetted homes that these kids go to, and the men go to MS-13, there is a criminal enterprise now, not just in Mexico and in Latin America, but right here in the United States. And it was created by this administration's policies. So my question to the three of you, Mr. Jones, Ms. Vaughn, Mr. Maltz, do you believe that the actions of this secretary by rescinding Remain in Mexico, a policy that was effectively working, that has created this criminal enterprise, do you believe that this secretary is responsible for and complicit with the criminal enterprise that has resulted as a result of these policies being rescinded? Mr. Jones.
Yes, I do. And that is validated by not only the data from the United States Customs and Border Protection that validates the numbers that crossed into our country as a result of the exemptions created under Title 42, which Secretary Mayorkas is the architect behind that. In addition, the overdose deaths in this country due to the sheer impact to mothers and fathers and families across this country. The data validates it.
And one thing to add, the district court said you must re-implement Remain in Mexico. The secretary did not comply with that order. He failed to comply with that order. Ms. Vaughn.
I do believe that these the Biden-Mayorkas policies are responsible a disaster. They're what's responsible for the situation that we have today. And no amount of money that is funneled to these agencies is going to help the situation until the officers and agents are allowed to do their job. The policies at this point are more important than the money.
In fact, they said, sir, we're turning our backs on you because you turned your back on us, as I recall. Mr. Maltz.
Well, I say it starts at the top with the president and it comes down. And I just want to say that I make these collages of these dead kids on my own time to help spread the awareness. So the results are just dead children and families going to funerals. That's what it comes down to. I'm not an expert on immigration law or border patrol policies, but I know what's going on in America. And that's why I'm here today. So thank you.
That's why we marked up a bill in my committee to designate fentanyl as a chemical weapon under the Chemical Weapons Convention. Mr. Jones will give us more authorities to go after them.
Well, I like that you focus on those things, and I like that you're vocal about them. I've talked with a few people, from journalists to border patrol agents working on the American side, and we've talked about everything from child trafficking, fentanyl, a variety of issues. And it's interesting how a lot of it does come back to China. China's not making fentanyl, but perhaps they're shipping all of the precursors to Mexico where fentanyl is being made, and then it's working its way up. Can you give me, because I do want to talk about China.
Sure.
Can you give me a snapshot of the current situation? And I mean everything from the police, not necessarily the units that you used to work with, but just the overall tie between, cartels and police and the corruption there, and then the political side as well.
Sure.
The reason I ask you is if you go to, it almost seems impossible. A better way to frame it would be, I don't know where to point people towards in the US, in the media, where they're not being fed a galactic amount of bullshit about what is going on.
Yeah. So first off, I'm an immigrant to the US. I did it legally, and I am earning my way to citizenship. I am part of a business, and I have charities that we work with. We've raised money for veterans, do a lot. I'm not a journalist. I am somebody like yourself that through experience gained a knowledge base that is now part of our opinion on things. I don't talk about things from I remember or I think this is what happened. I was there for some of the origin points of some of the issues that are now exploding in the US. I mean, I was a part of the group that found the first cartel drone on the border. Like I found one of the first quad drones with a giant load of meth underneath it, and I had to Google what the fuck I was looking at. Right. I also was a part of a lot of training, and I trained a lot of members of law enforcement in Mexico, and I have connections and still talk to a lot of them who are spread between some of the Army SF groups, some of the Marina SF groups, also some of the federal units and what the remains of them, because it was an institution that was completely gutted by the current leftist organization that is running Mexico. So my opinions come from that baseline. I have no stakes in the game. I am not part of any political party of any kind, and I can't vote in the United States still till I get in citizenship. So I want to preface everything by that first. Mexico is, I think, like right now, it's in a civil war that is basically being ignored. It's very much a civil war of a sort, and the first indications that I saw of China's participation in all of this was specifically in related to the ports of Mexico. Anything that comes into Mexico from the ocean comes through a port, and all the ports are militarized in Mexico. They're run by the Department of the Navy in Mexico. The amount of times that we saw members of these units, and as far as higher ups, and again, we had eyes and ears everywhere, as well as probably they did. So we would witness, Chinese businessmen that would run giant maquiladoras or business interests in Baja and other places have meetings with members of these institutions that were weird. I got to witness the shift of some of these methamphetamine, crystal meth processes go from like small batches in some weird laboratory somewhere to now industrial level loads of it with giant crystal shards showing up on the street, and also showing up in cars that were loaded up to go to the US. And a few times we found some Chinese nationals in some of these laboratories basically showing and educating some of these people to do what they do. It became quickly apparent to me and to anybody I asked, because who do we ask? We did our research. I remember having a conversation with a friend of mine who was in the intelligence community. He said that any Chinese national is part of the Chinese state, and as such, they're all members of, they're all Chinese intelligence, basically. There's no such thing as separating, Chinese criminals that are acting independently of the Chinese state. This doesn't work that way. Everybody's
country structured.
Yeah, everybody's in on it, basically. And as soon as we started asking and poking around and commenting on that shit, we were shut down immediately. So I knew there was something there. And this is early on when that methamphetamine started being basically mass produced. And then it shifted to fentanyl. As soon as the marijuana legalization happened and products started shifting and things started changing around that, and then giant pot grows in Mexico started not being as valuable as they were in the past. Somebody started figuring out that you can take some of that low potency heroin grown on some of those fields and add fentanyl into it. And these people were not Mexicans. These were Chinese nationals that were already in Mexico as part of the pharmaceutical industry, because that's their foothold in Mexico. That's how they got into Mexico. Mm-hmm. There's a famous case of a Chinese Mexican national, Sen Li Jiegon, which has the record as far as the amount of money found in a single drug-related bust. Over 100 million in his house.
In cash?
In cash.
Holy shit. That must have been a big house.
There was a lot of suitcases and it was everywhere. There was luxury watches. People were counting that money naked in a room. And it was a whole thing.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. And when you see that case and you see what he was involved in legitimate pharmaceutical industry stuff in Mexico. So it wasn't like they were smuggling hidden containers of fentanyl or methamphetamine precursors in a secret compartment in a hole in a ship. They were pumping it in directly into the pharmaceutical industry. And guess who was a part of that pharmaceutical industry? You know, some of these members of some of these cartels were basically there just to take this for us and do that. So that's how that started to grow. We start to see, and I think the U.S. caught on to it later. We start to see some of the Chinese banking industry and some of these banking maneuvers that they were doing in their own money processes, having some links to places in the U.S. You know, that's how they would make money disappear on the U.S. side and make it appear on the Mexican side. Money brokers from China that were using some of the Chinese institutions to move around some of that cash, some of that money. You know, in the past, you would see cars loaded with money driving down to Mexico. You know, that you would see some of that. That's not that common anymore because that's passe. You know, not using that anymore. So you start seeing clear evolution of some of these criminal organizations and their influence from some of the supply networks in China. And then, I guess, probably 6 years ago, almost 7, I guess, you'd start seeing a clear sign that at least one of these giant criminal organizations in Mexico, the New Generation Cartel, was very, very much being supplied and equipped by some sort of pipeline from Southeast Asia. People have seen the videos of these guys wearing signal disruptors on their kit, basically these modules that will interrupt any sort of ability for somebody to call out or phone or radio or some different frequency.
It's a jammer, for lack of a better term. It's what we used to use as well.
Yeah, imagine those, but made in China and smaller. You know.
Yeah.
And each of them they're carrying a bunch of them on them, and they have a bunch of bootleg Black Hawk gear on, made in China, and a bunch of plate armor and helmets that clearly made in China, and a bunch of a bunch of tactical gear that clearly comes from Southeast Asia and China, and drones and pill presses that are manufactured and sold by official institutions in China. They're now being utilized to make bogus pain medication with fentanyl laced in them. And all that originates from a Pacific side based cartel, the New Generation Cartel, who has access and control over some of the major ports like the one in Colima and Manzanillo. And you can clearly see a pipeline and a sign that they're basically in cahoots and or somehow influenced or proxied by China. And when I started talking about this way back when, I think anti-China, and when COVID hit, the Sinaloa cartel was smuggling fentanyl from the U.S. into Mexico to load their drugs because they don't have access to the Pacific side ports. And the New Generation Cartel exploded in influence and power during that time because the pipelines didn't close for them. Supposedly China was in lockdown. You know, why were ships still showing up?
Do you think that relationship between China, I'm just trying to think about, you know, is it mutually beneficial from a monetary perspective? Or do you think that China is at a point in their supply chain, because especially if the economics of the cartel is largely being derived through that trafficking, is it at a point where China can actually exert influence over those cartels and almost use them as a proxy against the U.S. if they wanted to?
I think it's clear that at least with one of them, it's true. It's probably true with the New Generation Cartel. We've heard stories, and there's a bunch of people out there that are way more qualified to talk about this, but I'll speak about what I know and heard of illegal iron ore mining along the Pacific side of the country. That these cartels would hire cartels as security to basically keep people away from them. There was a whole hoopla online probably 10 years ago about these self-defense organizations that came up in Mexico, these autodefensas. You would see them wearing white t-shirts. I think Netflix actually did a documentary on some of these guys. it turned out that most of them were not citizens arming themselves to fight the cartels. They were just basically another version of the cartels trying to gain control of a whole plaza. And some of these guys were being hired by illegal mining operations in that area to extract iron ore. So yeah, they've clearly figured out ways of manipulating and using some of these influences, and I mean, I think they've done the same in places like Africa. But what I see is, yes, they are clearly probably being used as a proxy group of some sort. Now, I don't think their intentions are just exploitative as far as exploiting resources and making money off them. I see them as a weapon of destabilization and influence in your second largest trading partner in the world, and also your neighbor to the south. That's what I see.
Yeah, you have China is one of the largest, if not the largest, trading partner for the U.S. So from an economic consumer facing, I mean, where do your Apple computers come from and your iPhones? If you ever order one and you check the shipping label, I'm here to tell you right now, it comes from China with a lot of other things. And so they have that economic front. And then on the back end, I mean, it's a long play, but destabilizing the country in and of itself through what they are pumping through using the cartels, if that is in fact what they are doing, but destabilizing a large portion of populace of the United States.
Yeah,
I mean, the things that what a weird, but an interesting two-sided battle, though. You know, it's very asymmetrical.
You see the political structure in Mexico right now basically being formed to a single unit.
There's a lab that was discovered in California, in the middle of California, in a small town. It was Chinese, and it had 20 viral diseases that they were experimenting on this.
The citizens, the people of Ridley and Fresno area, they were very worried, what can come out of that lab. And there were 1,000 mice in there.
These mice are genetically modified to contract COVID-19.
We have hepatitis, we have all these other dangerous pathogens that were in this lab.
This company actually got some funding from our state.
That's correct. I believe it was a $360,000 tax credit. So there are a ton of questions here. What was the purpose of this lab?
In this special episode, my guests today are Stevie Spaz and Lear Joe, investigative reporters from Epoch Times. We also talked to Congressman Kevin Kiley, who along with his colleagues in Congress have been investigating this lab. Today, they'll talk to us about an unlicensed Chinese biolab that was operating illegally, researching viral diseases here in California.
This whole operation was put in place by an international fugitive who had run several companies in China that were directly linked to the CCP.
These people change companies, change owners, he changes identity.
Wow.
We are dealing with people who come from a system that doesn't necessarily comply with the law. So they
have figured out how to use our system against ourselves, essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm Siamai Korami. Welcome to California Insider. Steve and Lear, it's great to have you on. Welcome.
Good to be here.
Nice to be here.
We want to talk to you guys about, there's a lab that was discovered in California, in the middle of California, in a small town, that it was Chinese, and it had 20 viral diseases that they were experimenting on this. Can you guys tell us what you found? You guys did some investigative work on this. You went really deep. Can you tell us what was going on in this lab?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a big story. It was a big story. We had there was a congressional investigation that started as well. There were a couple of articles we did in the beginning, which pretty much covered the story of what happened on the surface, how these people worked on this lab, and how the lab was closed down and everything. But then we wanted to look into it deeper to kind of see, what's really behind it, who's involved, and to do more digging. And it took us quite a long time to go through all the details. But Lear here, he was the first one to discover that there's a Chinese connection with a group of tangled companies that operate all over the world, actually. And they have a very troubling background, both a criminal background and, they try to steal technology from other companies. So as we move along, we realize that they're not only involved in the Reedley area, but all over at least 10 countries that they were sued, and they had the connections to California. It all started with this code enforcing officer from Reedley, Jesslyn Harper, and it was a big coincidence. She was driving, and then she saw this hose coming out of the back of the wall and going back inside the building, which is a code violation in the city of Reedley, right? So she simply went in and knocked at the door, and this warehouse is supposed to be empty, supposed to be not used. She walked
Based
in.
on the licensing that they have from the city, they were
Exactly.
supposed to be empty.
Yeah, she knows it's a small town. It's a small town, so she knows the owner, she knows the people, and as far as she knew, it's been leased but not occupied with people. So she knocked at the door, and she wanted to see who's there, and then there were 3 Chinese ladies, I believe, who were packing some test kits, COVID test kits. And then their English was very limited, but in the beginning, they were very friendly to her. They said, "Oh yeah, how are you? Let's give you some information." But then she started walking around the warehouse. And the more she walked around, the more things she discovered that made her very nervous. And the more these 3 people started to back off and almost push her out of the building to leave. So what she noticed was there were refrigerators and different racks with all these pathogens. And then she would see the name of them. She would open the fridge and say, this is an HIV virus. This is coronavirus.
Wow.
This is rubella, malaria, hepatitis, you call it, right? They have all these viruses stored in different locations. And on top of that, they had like blood or tissue or urine from people who would send them for analysis. So she didn't know why it's there, right? So when she saw this, she walked out of the building, and then she went to report this to the FBI the next day because it was something that she felt like she's not prepared to deal with. The FBI responded pretty quickly. Like the next day, they had agents there to look into the situation. But then they took a whole month, a month and a half, to, quote, analyze the situation and see if it's safe for them to go back in the building to do anything. So nothing happened for a month or a month and a half on the city of Reedley side.
I had a chance to sit down with Congressman Kevin Kiley, who has actually been investigating this along with his colleagues in Congress. Here's what he had to say.
The local officials are raising alarm about this and trying to get the attention of the CDC. The CDC is basically ignoring it as far as the facts have currently been established. Finally, the local congressman there got involved, and the CDC decides to come investigate. I think it's absolutely baffling is that the CDC's conduct here was very difficult to understand. Local officials were calling the CDC, trying to get them to come and take a look at this. We're sending them these alarming reports of what they found, and the CDC did nothing for quite a while. And then even when they did come in and discovered all these suspicious materials, discovered these pathogens in vials where you had, some were labeled, others had a code on them that couldn't even be deciphered. And the CDC didn't test any of the pathogens and other substances, biological materials that were found. They didn't test anything to see what they actually were. And then somehow they just completely missed a whole freezer that actually was labeled with the word Ebola on it. It's just somehow evaded their detection. What exactly was going on at the CDC that they didn't take this seriously? And are they sort of dropping the ball in a similar way in other parts of the country where we might have unlicensed, illegal, under the radar facilities doing similarly concerning things as this lab was?
After a month and a half, the FBI said it's safe to go back in the building. So they went back in the building, and then they looked at all the different pathogens and all the different chemicals they found in there, and then they shut down the operation at that time. Now I asked her, when you went back a month and a half later, were some things removed or not? You know, because you would think that they got caught, right? So they would
were removing everything
they would
in
remove
this
things.
time.
Yeah, she said not only was not stuff removed, there were more things in there than initially when she went in.
Wow.
So that surprised me. They didn't seem to care that they've been busted, right? So that's when she felt like she needs to find an organization that can deal with all the different elements in the warehouse. And there was not one federal agency. You had to deal with separate agencies. The Department of Toxic Elements, the FDA, the EPA, there's all these agencies that had to be involved in removing one by one all these things. And if you saw pictures of the warehouse, there's all these huge pallets with boxes everywhere, right? So, you know, they had to open one by one each box, see what's inside, see which agency is responsible for that product.
And be careful what is in it. You know,
exactly.
Some diseases spreading. You know.
That's right. So they had to have the masks and everything, but you don't know what's in there, right? So once you open it up, you have to have the right agency. So this took a few months. Then finally, they got rid of everything, and then supposedly the issue calmed down.
But there was also rats there too. There were some mice or rats. Was there?
That's
they were doing experiments on them, right?
That's right. I'm glad you bring that up. There were 1,000 mice in there. And what was interesting with the mice is that, and that's the reason why the hose was sticking out from the outside to the inside, because they needed to give water to the mice. And I guess for some reason, there's no plumbing where the mice were. So they had a hose going in. So the funny thing with the mice is that, and this is again, Lear did the investigation, the mice apparently don't get COVID, right?
There's a report, you know, during the COVID pandemic, there's a report that said that mice don't get COVID. So in order to let mice get COVID, they have to be genetic modified. This genetic modified specifically for mice to contract COVID-19 is very expensive at that time.
So do you think they were doing that with this mice? Is there any reports on what were they doing?
You know,
with this mice?
when the first time another inspector, Prado, you know, inspected that place, that warehouse in Ridley, they told him that these mice are genetically modified to contract COVID-19. So that's in a court document.
Wow. So the mice was genetically modified.
That's
to
right.
Be,
That's right. And this explains an email we saw quite a bit later, towards the end of our investigation, where the president of this company, Universal Meditech, which is the company that was renting the warehouse in Ridley, the lady sent an email to the code enforcing officer. She says, please be very careful with the mice, you know, because we invested so much money in these mice. We don't want to lose the mice, right? And apparently said, you know, that she was in China trying to get a visa to come to the US to take care of the mice. How true that was, it's a different story, but they were very careful how to deal with the mice. Finally, the city of Ridley had to euthanize the mice because they had no other way to deal with them, and they didn't know what viruses they carry and all that. So they did that after a month of feeding them, but after finding the correct way to get rid of them, they were able to euthanize them, what they call humanely euthanize them. All the stuff was moved out of the warehouse after a few months. And then we started to look into who's behind this lab. And again, Lear found out that there's someone by the name of Jesse Jew who seems to have been involved with different companies around in Canada and Hong Kong and the US that had to do with biological labs and things like this. But we only had one piece of information that Jesse Jew was involved with Universal Meditech. And there was a 2015 article from Visalia Delta Times. This is a local newspaper, very small paper in the city of Tulare, which is next to Fresno. And it said that Jesse Jew, as the CEO of Universal Meditech, welcomes, you know, opens up this new company, basically, in the city of Tulare.
It's like a press PR.
Exactly.
About them starting a company.
That's right. But when we look up all the information, the business filings for that company, his name does not appear anywhere in the business filings, going all the way back to 2015. So it was a little bit of a shaky ground. We felt that we need to do more investigation to see if it's really involved, because there's no proof other than an article that's 8 years ago, and we had no way to even contact those people at the time. And then again, we
what
looked,
did you guys find? You looked into, you were more in depth. You went in and you actually went back to some of those connections.
Yeah, so what we did is we were able to find basically the story of Jesse Ju, of how he was involved. He grew up in China. He went to a medical school in China, in Beijing University. And then he moved to Canada in 91. Then he started a company called IND Deritech, right? He founded a company in 91. And then the goal of this company was to increase the milk production of cattle for China. So he would ship cattle from Canada to China. This Holstein, it's called Holstein. It's a very famous cattle that it's very rich in milk, right? That was his initial business, right? Everything seemed legit. A few years later, he decided to switch his focus on his company on creating embryos and sexed embryos that can actually create female cattle.
Wow.
So instead of shipping the cattle to China, he can actually ship the embryos, and then when they, so he got involved into this business, and then he worked with a company called XY LLC, which is from Colorado, but has an office in Canada as well. And this company was the leading company worldwide in this sexed technology, where they can determine the sex of the offspring of the cattle, right? So it all went well until 2008, when this company sued Jesse Ju and his company, Jingjing Genetics, for fraud and for stealing their technology, and basically acquiring the intellectual property to use this technology.
So they were
for himself.
copying.
Exactly.
They were copying it.
So from this lawsuit on, it only got worse for them.
Which is a trend. Like there's a lot of Chinese companies that copy the American technology, and then they.
That's exactly right. Yeah, it's a trend, but now we kind of saw it live, happening, in this example. So a few years later, he was sued. There was a ruling that ruled for $8.5 million that he had to pay for this technology that was stolen.
So he was convicted of
That's right. That's
stealing
right.
the technology.
That's right. And this was in Canada in 2012. No, 2008 he was sued. 2012 he was convicted, right? He appealed, and then, this is the loopholes in lawsuits, right? Because you can keep appealing and delay the process. But finally, I think it was 2014 that he was convicted for 6 months in jail because he would not pay, the actual amount that was money. And then he fled Canada. And what we found later, a year later, he started the company in Fresno. So he just moved from Canada to Fresno. Now, there's several other companies involved that were also sued, that he owned. They were sued for similar crimes, basically stealing technology or defraud. Some of the rulings from the Canada lawsuit mentions that they got some of the testimony from different people who work with him, and they said that he did not, on paper, control of all these companies, but everyone in the circle knew that he's the actual owner, or he has the final say of who does what. So this really reminded me of being a good script for a Godfather 4 movie, where you
so
really...
he was really behind the scenes, but he didn't have the companies in his name, but he would tell people what to do. Is that...
Exactly, yeah. And then he would even tell, you own this company, you have 95% of the shares, and the people who asked that, would be his brother-in-law or his wife or his sister-in-law or whatever, but they would be hesitant to do that. But he kind of forced them into so that he can maintain control.
Before we continue, we would like to thank Shen Yun for sponsoring this channel. I lived in China for 2 years and experienced 2 different Chinas. One is the China we know now, unfortunately with communism. And the other is ancient Chinese culture with 5,000 years of history, strong values, ethics, and morality that has been lost. Shenyun Performing Arts is reviving this 5,000 years of Chinese traditional culture. It takes you back in time to magical world of ancient China with a unique blend of brilliant dancing, beautiful costumes, and legends coming to life. Go to shenyun.com to find out the schedule and theater information. It's a lifetime experience you don't want to miss.
Just so inspiring. It makes me want to go dance.
Breathtaking. I was very impressed. I'm taking my program and I'm going to mention it on the news because I think it's a great performance and people should see it.
What I loved about the show was the authenticity of it. It was taking me on a journey.
Exceptional. The technique involved it. The thousands of hours of training.
People just float. Everything was exact, and then they worked to the exact moment, and it was beautiful.
You go away feeling with a smile in your heart from it.
Have to come. Life-changing.
Make sure you see it. Make sure you see it. Don't wait. Tickets now.
So Leah, when you looked into this, you kind of trace back all these things back to there was a connection to Hong Kong, right, as well.
Yeah, actually, the Hong Kong story is after they get convicted in Canada. The XY LLC, sued a company they think that belongs to Jesse Ju that's in Hong Kong. So they are suing them for and force them to pay the court order, the fines. So
the reason why the Hong Kong lawsuit was actually quite unique is that normally to sue, let's say, for example, I sue you, you're in the US, right? And then you say, I can pay you, right? But I find out that you control a company in Hong Kong that has $8.5 million, right? So, but that's a different jurisdiction, right? So to sue the same person in a different country is usually very difficult. But the case was so strong that XY LLC were able to do that, and the court took the case and actually had a ruling as well in Hong Kong. So he had to pay the 8.5 million in Hong Kong.
He faced tens of millions of dollar judgment in Canada, so he fled to the U.S. And then started the company that was behind this lab. And then he was continuing to receive payments from CCP-linked banks while he was operating the lab.
And this company actually got some funding from our state?
Well, that's correct. There was I believe it was a $360,000 tax credit that was offered up to the company by the Newsom administration. And as far as I'm aware, I haven't heard anything from the governor on this topic about this lab.
And in your reporting, there was a part where you had that there was text messages to somebody or emails that he had said, we want the XYZ company to go bankrupt, and then we can go buy them or something like that.
That's exactly right. Yeah, there's a lot of testimony and a lot of emails and text messages in which you can see the pattern of the employees, including Jesse Ju, discussing how to defraud the company, how to make it weaker, even through the lawsuit, to make it weaker. And then they say, then we can buy it, or it's going to go bankrupt. And
this has happened before, like with a number of Chinese companies coming, stealing the technology from US, starting another company, offering low prices for their product, making money, and then coming and buying the actual inventor of the technology here in the US. I think it happened with the Segway, the Segways. Yeah.
And there's a famous quote from Jesse Ju that was mentioned in one of the rulings, in which he responds to one of his partners saying that the law is strong, but the outlaws are 10 times stronger.
Wow.
So they really give
They have figured out how to use our system against ourselves, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. So what happens afterwards is that pretty much the whole operation moved to the US. Now, we really only scratched the surface because we looked at all these companies. There's 2 companies in the US, Prestige Biotech and Universal Meditech. There could be a lot more. And it's difficult, and these are just the ones that were exposed to
in this one specific instance. Do you think there's a lot more of these that we may not know anything about, right?
Yeah, well, once we were almost done with the investigation, we did some research on a global law firm, VLX.com. It's an intelligence firm that deals with lawsuits, right? So you can search pretty much all the lawsuits worldwide. And Universal Meditech, we thought it's just this issue that we're talking about. It was involved in 132 lawsuits in 10 countries, 10 countries. And then we did a little bit of research. There's countries like Uruguay, Spain, of course, Hong Kong, Canada. But again, it's just the surface. It's just the surface. How big the network is, it's hard to say.
Like, this is an issue of international politics in terms of the relationship of the United States to China and the influence the CCP is trying to exert in the United States in so many different ways, as we know, at our universities and buying land, and so many in our schools, education, so many other ways. And so I don't really know why it is that, and when you look at the facts of this, it's almost stranger than fiction. The individual behind this lab, the fugitive who started it up. I mean, these facts are just really incredible, not the sort of thing you read in a newspaper every day. And so it is puzzling why you haven't seen this become something that the national media has taken a greater interest in.
Folks, you've probably been hearing me talk about Verify for a while now. Verify has been getting a ton of phone calls from you, and I thank you for supporting an investment that actually helps people. The lab and the mice, the impact of that. We just had a pandemic a few years ago, and imagine what could have come out of a facility like this.
That's exactly right. And there was a concern of the people, the citizens, the people of Ridley and Fresno area. They were very worried, what can come out of that lab and to harm them. Nothing happened, maybe it was just luck. There's no indication that they were using this as a bioweapon or anything like that.
It sounds like more like fraudulent.
Fraudulent and trying to make money. But again, the extent to how deep this goes, it was very surprising to us.
And did you guys see any flaws in our system here in California for recognizing a situation like this? Or
yeah, well, it seems like first it was the issue that the code officers mentioned, that there's no but one single entity that can deal with such a lab because you have so many elements in it. So once you need to have so many agencies involved, there's a long delay. There's a long delay, and also it allows for people to pretty much get away with it. The other issue is that these people change companies, change owners, and what we found out with Jesse Jew, he changed his identity. So when he entered the United States in 2021, he entered under a different name. What was it, David He or something, or?
Yeah, David He, and he got a government issued employment card
from China or
from USA.
He was able to change his name in the US.
He entered in USA with a different name, and he got a employment card.
So at this point, when you have different companies, different entities, different names, and different background, it seems almost impossible to figure out, it's the same person. It feels that if we did all this investigation and we found this much, the FBI would probably know a lot more, about the background and about what they've done. So probably if they pretty much tighten the screws more around these illegal activities, there could be more found out, or there could be more control done.
For the leaders that are in California, for the people of California, do you guys have any thoughts about how to deal with a situation like this?
The reason it's difficult is because we are dealing with people who come from a system that doesn't necessarily comply with the law. Like in the US, the strategy, the structure of pretty much everything is built on honesty. It's an honor system. My son took a test home, and he said, you have an hour to finish the test, and then you return the next day, right? So it's an honor system.
You don't cheat.
Exactly.
You just follow the rules.
Exactly. And that's the way the system works in the US. Now, when you have entities that come from a country like China, where it's not the rule of law, it's not, you know, based on honor system, it's based on who you know, and also they have, you know, a huge number of secret police watching over them. If you had secret police in the US watching on these labs, then you would probably figure it out, right? But we don't, or at least we don't know. So the system is in a way flawed. It's a good system, but when you have these elements that come from a system where it's not the rule of law to be honest or to work on honor system, it's very difficult to deal with. And we have to find ways to deal with it. But ultimately, the blame would not be on the US or on the state of California. Blame would still have to go back to the people who broke the law. And it's not that we don't have good enough laws. It's that these guys are doing bad things and they should be held responsible.
So we have to be more careful when we're dealing.
Who we let in and how
who we
deal.
work with, you know, and who we make deals, who we lease the warehouse to.
Yes.
And do you have any other thoughts for our audience, Lear?
I can read Chinese, so so that's good for this story, you know. We can find the connection between Jesse Zhu and his companies. Yeah.
So it's very hard for people that don't read Chinese to be able to get this information you guys got. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's one more little story I want to share, and this is when we were trying to connect Jesse Zhu with the rest of the California operation, right? And I remember that evening, you know, Lear was telling me, you know, that there's a company in China that's called Biopharmaceuticals, and that the CEO of the Universal Meditech, the California company, is also a general manager of the company in China. And then the other person that works with Prestige Biotech, also from California, is another officer of the company in China. So they're very related, right? So we have this information with us. We're looking at it. And then I remember the night I had like 20 tabs open because we still cannot connect it with Jesse Zhu, right? Because he has all these other companies in Canada. So I slept, I went to sleep, and then the next morning, you know, I get up and then I look at my computer again, and then I look at one of the tabs, and the first thing I see is from a ruling from Canada from 2016, in which it says, IDA is also controlled by Jesse Zhu. And then when I saw that, wow, there's our proof right there. There's our connection, how all of this maze, it's kind of connected now. You know, we have the same people doing the same things everywhere.
Well, it's great work you guys did, and a lot of hard investigative work. Steve Ispas, reporter, and Lear Zhou, reporter from Epoch Times in San Francisco. It was great to have you on California.
Weapon research. What's the newly uncovered evidence shows that the Wuhan lab leaks are likely the result of gain-of-function research in those labs. And get this, are also connected to bioweapon research. What's the next revelation? That there is a shady cartel of globalists that are running the world and they shapeshift into lizards any day now. Hello there, you awakening wonders. Thanks for joining us on this voyage to truth and freedom. And what an extraordinary and surprising voyage it is we're undertaking together today. We have evidence that we're going to be discussing that the lab leak was connected to gain-of-function research, plus highly likely that it's connected to bioweapons. So what I'm essentially trying to describe to you, and even myself, because I'm still baffled by it, is that we're reaching the sort of outer periphery of conspiracy theory now. Imagine this, it's January 2020. Someone says to you, I think that these are bioweapons. Like, that's crazy talk. If you want more of our content and you want to support the work we do, and we need your support because we're under attack from the government and we need your support, we make additional content every week. This week we made a video about the global farmers' protests and why they're really doing it. Last week we made content about the 8% increase in child excess deaths. Those things are only available for our supporters so that we can grow our movement together. Of course, we'll continue to make this content. We love you, but it will help us if you can provide us with your support. There's a link in the description if you want to do that. Plus, you get to comment on the streams, you get to meditate. There's loads of stuff we do, assuming that we're not all destroyed by some terrible microbial warfare any day now, even if it's a bloody accident, because that seems to be how these things happen. Why don't we look at a sequence of reporting from the legacy media, your friend and mine, reporting on how there definitely are no biolabs anywhere except for Russia.
The Russian accusations are absurd. They're laughable. And, in the words of my Irish Catholic grandfather, a bunch of malarkey.
Yes, malarkey.
Malarkey's slang for bullshit, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Bioweapons, that's malarkey. You can trust us and our Irish Catholic grandfathers. We're just like you. You've got grandfathers, right? There you go then.
There's nothing to it. It's classic Russian propaganda.
Ah, classic Russian propaganda. I'm sick and tired of this Russian propaganda, and I'm sick and tired of being told that there are bioweapons being developed connected to gain-of-function research. I've had enough.
Has there been any relationship between the
We are not developing biological or chemical weapons inside Ukraine. It's not happening.
Couldn't be clearer. Now let's have a person that used to work for the White House, but now works for legacy media. I don't know how those two worlds are connected. It must be very difficult for anyone to work for the government, then work for legacy media. Same way you get people work for the government, then go work for Moderna. It's really weird how they seem to be able to apply their skills across a variety of disciplines. I suppose they're just better than you.
Russia has a history also of inventing outright lies like this, which is the suggestion that the United States has a chemical and biological weapons program, or Ukraine does, that they're operating. Russia is the country that has a chemical and biological weapons program.
Get ready for the bit where it's almost inevitable now. Let me know in the chat if you're already thinking, yep, definitely gain-of-function research was connected to bioweapon development, probably funded by the same grants. Some of the more extreme conspiracy theories that emerged at the origin of the pandemic are subsequently being proven to be true.
Does Ukraine have chemical or biological weapons?
Ukraine has biological research facilities.
We're doing biological research, but we're not for weapons. We're not even interested in weapons. Helping people. You know that, right? We're just developing stuff in Ukraine to help Ukrainians. I mean, look, let me show you my car. See, they have stickers. Right. I want to help Ukraine. What? Did you think I had some other motivation?
Which, in fact, we are now quite concerned Russian forces may be seeking to gain control of.
Well, hang on. So what's in those labs, if a Russian was in it, would suddenly become dangerous? Well, no, it's a bioweapon. When we arrived, it was a cure for cancer. You bloody Russians.
So we are working with the Ukrainians on how they can prevent any of those research materials from falling into the hands of Russian forces should they approach.
Victoria Nuland is one of those figures that crops up in progressive administrations, works for Bush, works for Obama, has family connections and ties. There are these kind of, I don't know, call them sort of clandestine cartels, but certainly characters like Victoria Nuland here exist in that trans-partisan space, i.e. she's worked for Republicans and Democrats, almost as if those categories are irrelevant. But I do have some categories that are relevant. Biological research for medicine, weapons. Those things shouldn't be getting all mixed up down the lab, should they?
We're getting some breaking news from Washington. Speaking of China, on the COVID origins report from intelligence officials. Eamon Jabbers with the details. Eamon.
Sarah, that's right. This is the unclassified summary now of the intelligence community's investigation into the origins of COVID-19.
Ah, good. The intelligence agencies are looking into it. We'll probably get some viable and reliable information. We can all stop worrying about whether or not it's a bioweapon or whether it leaked out of a lab. Finally, we can stop worrying because the government, the deep state, are back in control. Remember, the government and legacy media, they're your friend. Right?
The headline here is that they all agree ultimately that the virus was not developed as a biological weapon.
Well, that's that. That's the end of the video. It was not developed as a bioweapon. You can trust your government. You can trust the legacy media. You can trust Big Pharma and all of your doubts and concerns and all the things you're saying in the chat below about knowing people that have mysteriously lost their life. All of that didn't happen because, look, you've just seen the inquiry. Oh, you don't trust them.
Points of disagreement, though, are where this virus actually came from and how it came to infect human beings. And all of them agree that it was not engineered as a biological weapon.
We're all confused. One thing we can agree on, though, is it definitely was not engineered as a bioweapon. Are you at the point in your personal evolution where you sort of suddenly your ears prick up and your spider senses start tingling and you think, oh, well, it's almost certainly a bioweapon? That's sort of, in a sense, massively contributing to the ascent of Trump. This guy, do not trust him. What? Yeah, don't trust him. He'd be bad for the country. What? Yeah, it would be awful if he became president. Ooh, well, I'm going to have to vote for that guy now because you bastards have took the absolute piss for decades.
This idea that the virus had emerged as as the result of a lab accident had been treated as something of a conspiracy theory. Now you're seeing at least one element of the U.S. intelligence community endorsing that idea, but only with moderate confidence. And remember, intelligence assessments are on a sort of a spectrum. It's not black and white necessarily, 100%.
It's weird, isn't it? When it's about Russia, black or white. Russia bad, biolabs, bioweapons, they're bastards. When it comes to the deep state, oh, they're in this spectrum, oh, they're so complicated, oh, they're like Kandinsky. It's so complicated over there. And even they're only moderately confident at this phase that it was a lab leak. Well, I got some news coming.
Or 0%. Sometimes they say we're about 75% confident or about 55% confident.
We can't keep bringing you this groundbreaking, revolutionary, heartwarming content without your love, dedication, and devotion, and without the support of our sponsors. Can you believe that January is almost over? How's them New Year's resolutions going? Oh, I can't bother with all that. It's difficult. Mine was easy. Of course, as always, it's to focus on well-being and overthrowing the establishment. Now, we're all bringing them down.
And that's what makes this difficult for policymakers going forward, Mike.
Another thing it does, inadvertently, I'm sure, is obfuscates and muddies the entire story so that people can't understand the depth and breadth of what's happened, feeling sort of suspicious, cynical, and full of doubt, not knowing what's true, not knowing what's a wacky conspiracy. That's why following the science, as they say, can be pretty interesting. And here's some science well worth following. Last year, multiple US government officials stated that sources in the US government were 100% confident that COVID-19's patient zero worked at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, WIV, and conducted risky gain-of-function experiments there. So we're off the spectrum now. We're at the extreme end of a spectrum marked 100%. This lab received funding from the National Institutes of Health, NIH, through EcoHealth Alliance, a US-based nonprofit. So look at all these little agencies. What are all these agencies? Where's the money coming from? What's their function? What's their purpose? Who do they work for? How are they funded? In 2018, EcoHealth Alliance applied for a grant from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which many of you were talking about right at the beginning of this. DARPA, this agency, DARPA. I never knew until recently that defense was what the D stood for. Defense? So it's kind of military then. For a project called Diffuse that would involve Shi Zhengli's lab group at WIV and Ralph Barrick's lab at the University of North Carolina. That's the UNC. What is this project? Now, US Right to Know has obtained a full cache of notes and drafts from the Diffuse grant proposal for a Freedom of Information Act request. Remember, this isn't stuff that's been revealed. Someone, a proper journalist with integrity, went, give us that information, and here is the information. These documents reveal that the features of SARS-CoV-2 closely resemble the work described in EcoHealth Alliance's proposal. SARS-CoV-2's furin cleavage site primed the virus for easy transmissibility among humans and is absent from the closest known relatives of SARS-CoV-2. So when they, under a microscope, observe SARS-CoV-2, it looks a lot like what was being described in the grant proposal from EcoHealth Alliance to DARPA. Is it possible then that it's the same thing? I mean, it only came from the same lab. I mean, they only told you that that's the research they were going to do. It's only identifiable that no close known relative of SARS-CoV-2 has this very distinctive furin cleavage site, which I won't pretend to understand, but is connected to its transmissibility. As best we can here, we are following the science. And the science would seem to indicate that natural evolution is unlikely because an evolutionary step has been taken that would be unlikely and unprecedented in the molecular world that is observable here. What seems more likely, given that they've got a paper trail saying, hey, do you mind if we go to this lab in Wuhan? It's going to have this unique set of qualities. Can we do that? Sometime later, everyone has to go into their house for a couple of years and you're watching funerals on YouTube and your children have to have their mouths covered at school and a whole host of other interests make incredible profits, while the ability to regulate and control is radically enhanced, and you have a terrified population, which, as you know, means a malleable population. What an extraordinary set of events. Why were Barak and Xi conducting risky experiments to engineer virus features that could infect humans? What was the purpose of this research, and why would federal government agencies potentially want to fund it? All important questions, presumably not the sort of questions that come up in the COVID inquiry in your country or my country, because they seem to be asking questions that lead to, it's this guy. So they can just blame one individual and get rid of that individual. Seems to be the way it functions. Gain of functions. In October 2000, Project for a New American Century, an influential foreign policy think tank, released its Rebuilding America's Defenses policy document. Another one of these agencies that's not quite government, not quite corporation, but very, very influential. And I'll be telling you some more stories about them because some of them have personally attacked me. In the 21st century, the authors wrote, combat will likely take place in new dimensions, in space, cyberspace, and perhaps the world of microbes. What a terrifying idea that is. Warfare in new dimensions. How extraordinary to use that language and then immediately tether it to combat and violence. And this is a good point to acknowledge that Robert F. Kennedy, independent presidential candidate, has been talking about this stuff for a long time, and it made him a pariah for a long time. Oh, that crackpot lunatic, he's always going on saying stuff like they're developing these dual purpose things that are part vaccine, but they're using the research to mask the fact that there are bioweapons. Well, that guy is absolutely, he's right. Advanced forms of biological warfare that can target specific genotypes may transform biological warfare from the realm of terror to a potentially useful tool. Do you know, we thought that these things were terrifying, but then I found out we could use them for our own ends, and they became not terrifying. It's like the reverse of a Ukrainian biolab. When there's just Ukrainians in there and American-sponsored activity, it's great. Then who's that coming? Look, oh, what's that? Fur hat? Cossack costume? It's a Russian. Ah! Microbial research in the hands of a terrorist wearing a turban, reading a book that I can't understand. This is terrifying. But when we're doing it, it's suddenly fine. The next year, senior policymakers ran 2 days of a smallpox bioweapon attack simulation called Dark Winter, you bastards, designed by the Johns Hopkins Center for Civilian Biodefense Strategies. Policymakers concluded during the simulation that they needed to lay the groundwork for a new biowarfare preparation proposal through a preventative program. We must prevent bioweapons. How? We're going to develop bioweapons. Okay, it's going to shut the windows. Almost certainly. In June 2002, scientist Michael Callahan became the State Department's clinical director for cooperative threat reduction programs. We're going to reduce the threat. How? By developing these threatening tools. All right, well, obviously you know by now to shut the windows. Absolutely. Callahan was sent to former Soviet states. Rolling Stone reported to form alliances with scientists at some of the most secretive bioweapons laboratories in Russia and the former Soviet states. And it's weird because you saw the news, right? Russia do have bioweapons. That's the one thing everyone's agreed on. You know, when they're doing their deep state, deep dives into this stuff, everyone's baffled and confused and all up and down on the spectrum. But when it comes to, do Russia have bioweapons? Turns out we're sure they've got bioweapons. So this dude, Callahan, was over there looking at bioweapons. Right? The goal was to convert former bioweapons labs into facilities that could fight diseases by anticipating threats and creating vaccines. I'm sure that's what you say, and why would we want to contradict you at this point? The Biological Weapons Convention, BWC, prohibits the development of bioweapons but contains a loophole. Oh, what a surprise. A loophole. How unlike these circles to put loopholes through which they can sneak profits and projects of dominion, allowing pathogens to be developed and stored if they have a justification for prophylactic, protective, or other peaceful purposes. We've got an easy little acronym. If we keep saying that again and again and again, you can develop all the bioweapons you want, unlike those Russian bastards. Callahan went on to work as a program manager for DARPA. Coincidentally, he was in Wuhan. Oh my God. Coincidentally, he was in Wuhan at the start of the COVID-19 outbreak. This guy, Callahan, what is he, Forrest Gump, went over to Russia. What's going on in these bioweapons? Then he was off to Wuhan the next minute. What has he got? Incredibly bad luck? He should be a travel agent, this guy. In 2003, Fauci's NIAID was assigned lead responsibility for civilian biodefense with a focus on research and early development of medical countermeasures against terrorist threats from infectious disease. And NIAID received a $1.7 billion budget to defend against bioterror because new potentially deadly pathogens such as avian influenza may be naturally occurring as well as deliberately introduced by terrorists. NIAID's biodefense webpage says. NIAID's defense research is integrated larger emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases portfolio. Right, so NIAID are also trying to protect us from terrorists by developing responses to terrorists. So what would we do if there were no terrorists or no constant threat? Good job Russia have got all those biolabs, because $1.7 billion of your taxpayer money is being used to respond to these various threats that, if you suddenly were not scared of, would be difficult to levy. Placing biodefense under Fauci's supervision eroded the distinction between military and civilian scientific research. That seems like an important distinction to me. I'm not a bureaucrat, plainly. But it seems to me that medicine and healing people who have got a disease and developing weapons to, I don't know, what is a bioweapon? It's to hurt people, isn't it? I mean, like, all of them saying, oh, what we're doing is we're developing this in the event that a terrorist should do this in the future. It's all a bit Minority Report, isn't it? And you'd want those people to be so trustworthy. They'd have to be so spick and span and neutral. You wouldn't want to hear that they've ever been taking royalties or grants or going on weird trips across Russia. You certainly wouldn't want the considerable pockmark on their record of a bloody great pandemic emerging out of Wuhan around the time that they were funding dual purpose research and bioweapons, for which there is a paper trail, so bureaucratic as well as scientific evidence, because at a molecular level, it's plain that that's what this is, according to this evidence. I found myself, again, never imagining that I'd be doing this, needing to learn from people that I never thought I'd be learning things from, namely bioweaponers, Fauci said in 2002. Significant time before this all happens, Fauci's having these odd conversations. People who are our own bioweaponers in the US decades ago, international figures, people from other countries, the UK, and also importantly, defectors, particularly from the Soviet Union, who had vast experience in the ways of biowarfare. In 2004, the Biodefense Act outlined a response to bioterror attacks, which would include aggressive research programs, including red teaming efforts to understand scientific measures that could be used to develop bioweapons. Intelligence collectors, the Act said, would be positioned to anticipate these threats. A 2004 paper from the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering and Medicine, Biotechnology Research in an Age of Terrorism, made clear the risk this type of research could pose. Biotechnology represents a dual-use dilemma in which the same technologies that can be used to better society can also be misused for bioterrorism with devastating results, the report said. Seems to me the very kind of thing that a population should be consulted on and that we should all understand. Perhaps if in 2002, when all this stuff was coming up, the whole population was invited to discuss and debate and even vote on, do you want us to do all this research? One of the concerns is that it could leak from a laboratory and cause the very thing that we're claiming that it's going to prevent, even though we've got a vested interest in the pharmaceutical industry remaining profitable, the weapons industry remaining profitable, these peculiar fusions between defense and medicine that I'm not at all comfortable with. Would you like to be invited to discuss and understand that? On a more tangential and ideological tip, it's been said that we went from wars against nations and creeds and religions into the war against terror. And from the war against terror, we've gone into the war against germs. And it requires this kind of warlike mentality. If you could reflect, the pandemic was conducted with this kind of militaristic language and this kind of jingoism and nationalism, and we're all in it together. And then it was used, it seemed to me, to leverage a whole bunch of policies and ideas that would otherwise have been implausible. So even if we maintain that this was an accident, and as yet there is no evidence to suggest that it wasn't an accident, it was an accident that was extremely convenient to some extremely powerful interests. And again, we are discovering that the things that they said were true are not true, and the things that the more sort of what we regarded as extreme, but we're going to have to retire that word, people were saying was closer to the truth. Yet over the next 2 decades, the US government would give many grants to potentially dangerous gain-of-function research. In 2009, USAID granted a $75 million PREDICT grant to 4 groups, including EcoHealth Alliance. Controversy erupted in 2011 after 2 scientists altered H5N1 bird flu to make it more transmissible. We got some fantastic news. Yeah, what is it? You know bird flu? Yeah. We've made it more better. You've created a medicine to stop it. Oh, God, no, these are all good ideas. Write that down. No, we've made it more transmissible. Oh, how can I stay mad at you? Here, have another grant. The NIH Biosecurity Board unanimously recommended that certain research methodologies not be published. Oh, you don't want to publish that. That makes us look like idiots. In response, Fauci and Francis Collins, then director of NIH, wrote a flu virus risk worth taking in the Washington Post, arguing that the benefits of gain-of-function research outweighed the risks. Sort of like how social distancing just sort of appeared. These risks are just sort of worth taking. Identifying threatening viruses can also facilitate the early stages of manufacturing vaccines that protect against such a virus in advance of an outbreak, they wrote. Well, there's some priming right there, wasn't there? They're getting us ready for the idea. Don't worry about it. We can vaccinate you for it. Are you fat? Take a tablet. Diabetic, you say, have a pill. Depressed, there's some tablets for that. Pandemics everywhere, you need not worry. Let's go on a journey together. But if these things ever fell into the hands of a terrorist, what do you mean by terrorist? People that wear different clothes than us? Well, that would be a problem. After a tense meeting with Fauci and Collins in 2012, during which members of the NIH Biosecurity Board reportedly signed non-disclosure agreements, the board reversed its recommendations and voted to publish the H5N1 gain-of-function research. Then in 2014, following multiple lab mishaps, there's a sentence that covers a variety of sins, multiple lab mishaps. Well, there was the lab mishap where Pete lost an arm. And, and then there was one where we didn't shut those windows, did we? Oh, that was crazy. And what about back in Wuhan? Not yet, not yet. President Barack Obama froze gain-of-function research with some exceptions, loopholes, and established a Health and Human Services, HHS committee with the power to veto NIH projects. 3 years later, Fauci and Collins changed NIH policy, removing the HHS committee's ability to block projects. From 2012 to 2020, the NIH funded at least 18 gain-of-function projects, costing a total of $48.8 million and involving 13 institutions. 8 of these projects were approved after 2017, when the HHS committee's oversight had been significantly weakened. So whatever that HHS was doing, it was slowing people down, so it had to go, and Fauci facilitated its departure. Fauci. And that's the person that everyone universally turned to in the outbreak of a pandemic. Oh no, there's a pandemic. Who should we turn to? Whoa, this guy whose recommendations, actions, and potentially personal wealth come from decisions that have caused this problem. This historical evidence, as well as the scientific record, suggests that individuals involved in biodefense and pandemic preparedness may have been responsible for engineering the SARS-CoV-2 virus. The defense and preparedness push that gained funding and momentum after 9/11 appears to have become a self-fulfilling prophecy. In attempting to stop pathogens from transmitting to humans, scientists appear to have achieved the opposite, an early precursor to the Orwellian linguistic trickery we're all becoming accustomed to now. We need this war for peace. We need to make all these bioweapons to stop any bioweapons ever affecting us. But isn't the main threat you? Kinda, but not to me. I make a lot of money out of it. The response to COVID-19 employed the same biodefense planning and structures. Same people after it had already gone wrong. That's ridiculous, isn't it? What if we just carry on doing what caused all this? That's good. Okay, let's try it. I suppose we will make more money and be able to introduce new... Yeah, carry on. The National Security Council worked to craft COVID-19 policies. The Department of Defense officials were heavily involved in vaccine development and distribution. Out of 90 Operation Warp Speed leaders, 60 were military officials. I remember the first time I heard that, I was like, nah, that can't be true. It can't be a military operation, but it was. Despite the controversy surrounding COVID's origins, the Department of Defense awarded a new $3 million grant to EcoHealth Alliance in December 2022. They must have some idea that these grants are potentially contributing to the very problem that they're purportedly trying to solve. So either they don't care about that or they haven't worked it out. So you've got to choose between ineptitude and glaring malfeasance. And neither of those options means that the same people or same system should continue to be deployed indefinitely, or even really for another day. I mean, why would you put up with any of these people? No wonder anti-establishment, anti-legacy media, anti-state rhetoric is on the rise. It's because of this. It's not because everyone suddenly doesn't like immigrants and suddenly everyone's gone racist. This is an arse to go through this. It isn't work out furin cleavage sites and funding and biodefense. It's not straightforward, is it? Like, and then people try to mock, oh, educating yourself, that's a conspiracy theory too. If you didn't go to university, you got no business thinking. But when you do this, you realize, oh yeah, that vague sense I had, I can't trust these people, is actually verifiable on a molecular level and on a bureaucratic and political and financial level. So I withdraw my trust, I withdraw my cooperation, I withdraw my good faith, and I have nothing to offer you but my endless, undying opposition. Gain-of-function research is largely continuing apace. Across the US, there are privately operated invisible biolabs that slip through the cracks in federal regulation. Of course, because they're loophole experts. What's going on there? Nothing. What are they bloody doing in that building? Nothing. Basically nothing. Bioweapons. Last year, public health officials found that one of these secret privately owned biolabs in California was mishandling 1,000 laboratory mice and samples of various infectious diseases. What a clumsy cack-handed up, wow, like 1,000 of them all just running around like mouse hunt. The immense trust once given to scientific groups, public health institutions and pharmaceutical companies has been lost. In some ways, this is positive. Many people are now far more aware of scientists' fallibility, leaving us less vulnerable to future abuses of power. Hopefully, we continue to see greater oversight, but it is still up to the public to remain skeptical and vigilant. Indeed, beyond skeptical and vigilant, I would say you have to become almost tenacious and revolutionary. How do we deal with this at this point? Now that we know that it's likely it came from that lab, it likely came as a result of American taxpayer-funded research. It was part of a bioweapons program that's always been controversial. They're continuing to do stuff like that to this day. They're giving grants to people and institutions and groups that were likely involved in that lab leak. They're continuing to manage the information and claim that the truth is misinformation and the misinformation is the truth. At what point do we withdraw our compliance? I would say immediately, right now. Certainly my compliance has gone forever. But that's just what I think. Why don't you let us know what you think in the comments and chat? And remember,
the news last night that former President Donald Trump did win the New Hampshire primary. We now know exactly how much he won, and he gave a victory speech last night, very much framing this as a general election victory. Let's take a listen to what he said.
Well, I want to thank everybody. This is a fantastic state. This is a great, great state. You know, we won New Hampshire 3 times now, three. We win it every time. We win the primary, we win the generals, we've won it, and it's a very, very special place to me. But she ran up when it was 7, and, you know, we have to do what's good for our party. And she was up, and I said, wow, she's doing like a speech like she won. She didn't win, she lost. And, you know, last week we had a little bit of a problem, and if you remember, Ron was very upset because she ran up and she pretended she won Iowa. And I looked around, I said, didn't she come in 3rd? Yeah, she came in 3rd. And then I looked at the polls. She was talking about most winnability, who's going to win, and I had one put up. I don't know if you see it, but I have one put up. We've won almost every single poll in the last 3 months against crooked Joe Biden, almost every poll. And she doesn't win those polls. And she doesn't win those. This is not your typical victory speech, but let's not have somebody take a victory when she had a very bad night. The other thing, she only got 25% of the Republican votes.
All right, so that's going to be a very common talking point there. Nikki Haley, we can now say, did lose. I apologize. I guess a win maybe in her book. We can discuss by about 11 points last night. Donald Trump getting some 54% of the total vote. Now, before we get to everybody's thoughts, Nikki did, and we want to preview this because this really does set up the conversation. She really did give a speech as if she had won. He's not joking, and neither are we. Immediately, almost after the polls closed, some 8:30 p.m., that she appeared on the stage. She pledged that she was going to keep going. We have some of that video. Let's take a listen. We're all going to react on the other side.
I want to congratulate Donald Trump on his victory tonight. He earned it, and I want to acknowledge that. Now, you've all heard the chatter among the political class. They're falling all over themselves, saying this race is over. Well, I have news for all of them. New Hampshire is first in the nation. It is not the last in the nation. This race is far from over. There are dozens of states left to go.
Nobody voted for that lady to Democrats last night. This was the
And the next one is my sweet state of South Carolina. With Donald Trump, Republicans have lost almost every competitive election. We lost the Senate. We lost the House. We lost the White House. We lost in 2018. We lost in 2020. And we lost in 2022. The worst kept secret in politics is how badly the Democrats want to run against Donald Trump.
All right,
This lady just lost to Trump. She's talking about Trump is a loser, and the Democrats want to face Trump.
No, they don't. They want to face you. That's why they've been backing her. And she lost last night because only Democrats voted for her.
Enthusiastic crowd. I could say that for the Nikki Haley people who were there in attendance. So guys, Emily, let me go first to you and get your initial reaction. If you want, we can put the results up there on the screen and you can react to some of the things that we saw there. There we go. 54% for Trump, 43% for Nikki Haley, and 0.7 for Ron DeSantis. Interesting for whoever those people were. What do you make of last night?
Yes, just when everyone thought they had a bro show, I am here to play hall monitor, but I will also add that Nikki Haley has spent an obscene amount of money. So let's just, for a moment, pause and recognize that she outspent everyone in Iowa. She also now outspent everyone in New Hampshire. I have the information right in front of me. This is from CNN. They say, according to ad impact data, Haley's campaign in support of outside groups have spent more than $31 million on advertising in New Hampshire just since the start of 2023. Now, so far in 2024, they wrote Haley's campaign and its allies has spent about $12.3 million in advertising, compared with about $9.8 million for Trump and his allies. So just take that and put it back up with the fact that she lost by 11 points. She lost by double digits in Iowa. She lost by double digits in New Hampshire. And she is now saying that there's still some path to put up that much money, lose by double digits, that there's some path that she has to the nomination. She does not have a path to the nomination. The media enjoys a competitive storyline, and Nikki Haley is going to continue to get money. She can ride this out as much as she wants, because people will continue to give her money, at least for the next month or so. She is down, and you heard her there just say her sweet state of South Carolina. Guess what the polling, the RCP averages? It's Trump at 52, Nikki Haley at 21, 52 to 21. So not even all the money in the world can get Republican voters to like Nikki Haley. So to the extent that Nikki Haley continues to be a factor in this election, it is because the media and her wealthy donors continue to sponsor her. It is not because the Republican voters, we're not talking about the general electorate, it is not because the GOP voters have any interest in Nikki Haley.
Ryan, what's your reaction?
Well, one quick little kind of fact check point on Trump. You noticed at the very beginning, he said, we've always won the primaries. True. We also win the generals. He did this funny pause where I think you could see his wheels turning where he's like, oh, wait, I actually haven't won the general election.
Yeah, he did win the general election.
in New Hampshire.
I'm glad you pointed that out. I was going to.
And then he's like, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Yeah.
What's the difference? I'm just going to go. But Emily's point is great because you can look at this and say, oh, well, she only lost by 10 plus points or so. But when you consider the fact that she so massively outspent him and her supporters so massively outspent him, it raises the question of how on earth you can sustain that. Because if she doesn't outspend at that scale, she loses by maybe 20 or 25 points. And a kind of narrow-ish loss just looks like a complete blowout. This race is over. Does she have something where she wants to be humiliated in South Carolina, or is she going to drop out before that? It seems to be the only question left.
I really have no idea. And I mean, look, for people who are saying, maybe you guys are being unfair, she didn't lose by 20, she only lost by 11. Here's what people need to remember, okay? In New Hampshire, Democrats and undecided voters could actually vote in the GOP primary as long as they changed their registration like a couple of days before. If you want a perfect example of this, guys, here's two clips from mainstream media outlets where you have literal Democrats and Biden voters who decided to cross over and support Nikki Haley. So even in an open primary system where Democrats could enter and where Democrats could try and make sure that she, had some chance against Donald Trump, she still lost by 11 points. When it was a closed system like the GOP primary in Iowa, she got absolutely obliterated and blown out. So we got two separate clips that we can show people. Let's take a listen.
Nikki Haley.
And why did you vote for Nikki Haley?
It's a vote against Trump. I think it would be better to have her against Biden in the elections than it would be Trump and her.
Do you consider yourself generally independent, Republican, or Democrat?
Democrat.
So when you undeclared, you voted for Nikki Haley. If it was Nikki Haley against Joe Biden in a general election, who are you voting for?
Joe Biden.
Christian, who did you vote for and why?
Yeah, so thank you. I voted for Nikki Haley, and it was certainly a strategic vote. I think the DNC is fairly resolute in their nomination for Joe Biden. And while I wouldn't vote for her in a general election, particularly on our differences with climate change solution, a women's right to bodily autonomy, or incarceration rates, I think a vote for Nikki Haley helps diminish Trump's influence in the RNC and their nomination, but is also a vote towards democracy.
I watched that one live and I was like, I couldn't even believe it. It's like you have some 19-year-old Dartmouth freshman who's literally a Democrat. And he's like, I would not vote for her in the general election. There's no way. But, I came out to vote.
Also, if you're going to brag about your strategic vote, you don't admit it.
Yeah. Well, no, listen,
not
it's all
the right strategy.
so naked. I mean, and that's the thing, Emily, for me. And all of this bears out in the exit polls. Let's go and put the first one up here on the screen. We can just look very, very clearly about what's happening. So, for example, do you think that Joe Biden legitimately won the election? This was in the state of New Hampshire. Yes, 49%. No, 49%. The reason that yes number is so much higher in New Hampshire is now obvious. It's because you had huge independent and or Democratic crossover that came in. And now, are you part of the MAGA movement? 32% said yes, 64% said no. Huge difference from the state of Iowa. But what stuck out to me, Emily, is that Trump still won. Is that even amongst people, if you say Joe Biden legitimately won the election, even if with 2/3 of the people say, I'm not part of the MAGA movement, the guy still got 54% of the vote. I mean, these are all just basically the way I was looking at it is that, Nikki Haley ran up massive numbers in all of these college educated places. She won the most liberal place in the state of New Hampshire, Hanover, where Dartmouth College is, maybe thanks to that 19-year-old. He put her over the edge. But the whole point is that she was not able to even come close in any of the rural, the suburban areas. And as we continue to go through the exits, I mean, the divide on this is just absolutely massive.
Yeah, absolutely. And I bet that 19-year-old is a Ryan Grimm fan. That's my guess. I don't know inside knowledge.
Yeah, I'm sure it tracks.
But anyway, so yes. And when people yesterday were looking at those exit polls as the numbers were rolling in before we had, actual voting tabulations saying this looks really good for Nikki, I was thinking, actually, this looks really similar to what we saw in Iowa. When you look at the breakdown of people who thought the election was stolen, whatever it is, even people who said no to that turned out for Donald Trump. In Iowa, again, Donald Trump won the educated counties. He won urban. He won high income. Now, the margins were different. We talked about that last week, and it was really interesting. But here's where Nikki Haley, these are CNN's exit polls. This is super telling. She won 70% of the registered undeclared voters, according to the exit polls. She won only 27% of registered Republican voters. So 70% of those undeclared, you can register, as Sagar was saying, as an undeclared voter. And that's a really, really big deal, obviously, because it goes to show that among the sort of normal GOP primary voter, this is a state where people were putting lots of money in. They were pumping these ideas about coming in and voting for people, even if you're, not a Republican voter. She was really, really banking on that. And even with those millions and millions of dollars, it wasn't enough to get her within single digits because Donald Trump is popular with Republican voters and the media doesn't want to accept it. Donors don't want to accept it, but Donald Trump is popular with Republican voters, and that's that.
Yeah, I mean, look, this again and again and again, every exit poll that we assembled here, we just want to beat this into people's heads because it's very useful for not just thinking about the GOP primary, but also in the future. And I don't want to put Trump off the hook. There's actually a lot of trouble for him in some of these numbers. So for example, let's put this up there on the screen. Now you've got, do you think that Biden legitimately won the election? Amongst Trump voters, 17% said yes. No is 80%. That actually tracks with overall GOP polling. But look at the Haley number. Do you think that Biden legitimately won in 2020? Amongst Haley voters, 83% said yes, and no was 15%. The flag to me there is like, okay, well, when you're going to compete in a general election, and most people, was some 60 so last time I checked, say that Biden did legitimately win, and you're losing an 83-15 split. Obviously, it's not going to be that high, Ryan, whenever it does come to the general election. But if you're trailing that hard in a category that's that important, you can see a 2022 stop the steal style revulsion really keep people away from Trump. That's the only flag I want to put in there right now.
Yes, and Nikki Haley in her speech last night was not wrong.
Yeah.
It's just that Republican voters
they don't care. It's the wrong audience.
She's correct. Right. 2018, right. Blue wave. 2020, Joe Biden. 2022, they expected that they would do much better than they eventually did. And Trump Democrats successfully made 2022 a referendum on Trump. He also lost by 3 million votes in 2016. So every time he's been on the ballot, Democrats have beaten him, except for because the Electoral College, he won in 2016. But yeah, to your point, Republican voters do genuinely understand that. A lot of them think, well, it's rigged. But even if they don't think it's rigged, they don't care. This is the guy that they want to ride into battle.
Yeah, and then
Well, I also have a point on that,
Ryan.
Sagar.
Go ahead, Emily, please.
So actually one other interesting point that Trump made is that he's, beating Joe Biden in all these polls. Well, this was a huge thing for Nikki Haley because there was polling that found her with the best margins against Biden. And that was something that you were taking to the donor class and saying, look at this, look at this. But again, Republican voters, to all of the points that you guys just made, Donald Trump was wrong when he said that, he's the one that does the best against Joe Biden. There aren't a lot of polls that would put him ahead of DeSantis and Nikki Haley, although that's all going to change now. But just in the past month or so, that was not true. So again, Republican voters, though, to the point that everyone just made, they are not on board with saying it's we want to have a Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar sort of huddle, pick a Nikki Haley candidate. That Republican voters are rejecting that model.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see this in the ideology numbers too. We can put that up there just to give people an idea. And another thing to keep in mind is that there was massive turnout last night. Donald Trump won more New Hampshire votes than any other person in the history of the New Hampshire primary, Democrat or Republican. They beat the turnout numbers by 50,000 from 2016, just to show you the amount of energy. And yet, in the composition of that electorate last night, 49% were registered Republicans, 47% were registered undeclared. Amongst the ideology, same thing, is very, very different in Iowa. You've got very conservative for 24%, somewhat conservative 39%, moderate 31%. It was 9% of that was moderate in the state of Iowa. Again, just showing why Nikki Haley did overperform here. But when you're overperforming amongst literal Democrats and people who are not Republicans, that's a very difficult problem whenever it comes to the general election. And the final exit poll, this is one where, I could spend all day on this thing. Let's put this up there because this is it. Like this is American politics in a nutshell. New Hampshire exit polls. Never college, Trump 54%. Some college, Trump 25%. Bachelor's degree, Haley plus 13. Advanced degree, Haley plus 26. So Nikki Haley doing well amongst college-educated voters and amongst people who've got advanced degrees. But to echo what Crystal said last night, that's not really a winning category whenever it comes to Republican politics. And by the way, it's not a winning category for Democrats either. You can just ask Elizabeth Warren how that worked out for her back in the 2020 primary. And that is the whole ball game. But the issue is that, look, for Republicans, and now let's put on our general election hat because, basically, sure, we can twist in the wind for the next month if we want to. That's fine. We can all pretend. Let's see what happens. And look, I'll give the other side of this. A month is a long ass time in American politics. Like, who the hell knows what could happen? There's all kinds of black swan events. That's basically what Nikki Haley's hoping for. You were going to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to jump in quickly to say, then we go to the national polls. So if we look at the RCP average, because you have South Carolina, then you have Nevada. Trump is very popular in Nevada. And then on Super Tuesday, you have a lot of delegates, something like 1,200 delegates up for grabs. And that's going to look a lot more like the national polling. And so Nikki Haley spending a lot of money and still losing by double digits in a tiny state with a really friendly, probably the most friendly Republican electorate, because you can have the undeclared people come in and vote for her. This is over because in those national polls, she is down so much more. Donald Trump is over 50% in those. Is around 60+% in national polls. And so when you look at those people with advanced degrees, master's degrees coming in and saying Nikki Haley is a viable candidate for the next month, even though there are black swan events, anything could happen. There's a possibility that Trump goes to jail. So I get it. But even if that happens, the wealthy, college-educated people are now going to spend a month and millions of dollars trying to push this candidate on Republican voters that they have rejected by double digits in 2 early states, even one that's very friendly to her, even where she's outspent everybody else. And now they're going to keep trying to push them on Republican voters. The media is going to help them do it. It's just an absurd circus.
Yeah, it is certainly. And like we said, look, we've got a month until the South Carolina primary. It's actually a pretty decent amount of time. And then that's when things really kick off, Ryan. So we got South Carolina, then we have Super Tuesday at Florida. And that's like really when the total bow will be tied. I'm curious, if you guys do you think she'll drop before South Carolina? Like maybe the day before or something like that, if the polling position, if the black swan event or whatever doesn't happen. Ryan, you first and then
you could certainly imagine that happening because who wants to lose by 40 in your home state?
Right.
It's brutal.
It's horrible.
But yes, if you stick around for 3-4 weeks and something happens, then she's kind of the front runner, fending off everybody who jumps back in. But absent that, like, why would you want to get waxed in your own home state?
Exactly. Emily, what do you think? You think she'll drop out before South Carolina, or do you think she'll stay in and then she'll lose there and then she'll drop out that night? It just seems so brutal because by the way, have you guys watched the evolution of her talking point? She's like, I've never lost an election that I'm in. And now, last night I picked up on this. It was, I've never lost an election in South Carolina. So now I'm like, I don't know. That's a pretty good talking point. I'm not sure I would want to let that one go if I were her. But the ego can do a lot of things to people's minds. What do you think?
We should get a clip of that. No, I'm of two minds about this because I actually think right now there's a lot of cash to be won. And I say cash, not C-A-S-H, but C-A-C-H-E, because when you stay in and become the single issue never Trump candidate, you can do it like that. That'll make her a hero with the same people who put her on the Boeing board. And that seems to be, to me, what she cares about, the sort of Tea Party era chameleon who then became Trump's UN ambassador, was super Trumpy, is now back to being never Trumpy. You can just win a lot of, kind of accolades from the donor class and the media by staying in and being the single issue never Trump bulwark, to use the phrase bulwark. And so I'm of two minds. Does she do that all the way to the bitter end, and be that person that the media goes to for the anti-Trump talking points, be that person who can then be the sort of champion of the never Trump world going forward? I don't know. But I think there's something to what Ryan said. And what you said, Sagar, I agree. I have a hard time seeing somebody putting themselves through that level of humiliation. At the same time, if you're doing it for the virtuous cause, then maybe that's the audience she really cares about now.
Hey, if you liked that video, don't
Thank you very much. We love you. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon. We'll see you on the trail. And thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. It's New Hampshire primary reaction day. That was former President Donald Trump celebrating his big win. Good morning, Brianna.
Good morning, Robbie.
Should we get right into it?
Let's get into it. In a surprise to perhaps no one, President Donald Trump made away with half of New Hampshire voter support yesterday, trouncing his only remaining primary opponent, Nikki Haley, by nearly 14 points. Haley, nonetheless, showed no signs of slowing down her campaign while speaking to supporters after her loss.
What a great night. God is so good all the time. Thank you, New Hampshire, for the love, the kindness, the support, and a great night here tonight. Thank you so much. New Hampshire is first in the nation. It is not the last in the nation. This race is far from over. There are dozens of states left to go.
Trump, of course, didn't miss the opportunity to take some shots at Nikki from the podium.
Said, wow, what a great victory. But then somebody ran up to the stage all dressed up nicely when it was at 7. But now I just walked up and it's at 14. But she ran up when it was 7. And, we have to do what's good for our party. And she was up and I said, wow, she's doing like a speech like she won. She didn't win. She lost.
Now over on the Democratic side of things, President Biden bested his challengers and won the primary with 51% of the vote. via a write-in campaign. We're going to take a deep dive into how Biden supporters pulled that off with the help of a super PAC with Alex Salmon from Slate later in the show. For now, we want to get into this clip of Dean Phillips, who earned 19% of the Democratic vote last night. He let his party have it over their treatment of Trump supporters.
We have a crisis of participation. And I got to tell you guys, I went to a Donald Trump rally a couple nights ago. Never been to one. I had an event across the street. I saw the line of people waiting in the cold for hours. And I thought, what the heck? You know, I'm going to be a leader who actually invites people, doesn't condemn them. Met probably 50 Trump people waiting in line. Every single one of them, thoughtful, hospitable, friendly, all of them so frustrated that they feel nobody's listening to them but Donald Trump. A diverse crowd, people who had never been to a Trump event before. My party is completely delusional right now.
It is interesting to watch Dean Phillips' evolution of understanding that voters like to be heard, and the Democratic Party has been spending more time demonizing half of the country than actually considering why the Trump phenomenon is so appealing to so many folks, and why it is that people aren't just attracted to Trump, but disappointed by and fleeing the Democratic Party, and why people are increasingly identifying as independents. I mean, I would have liked for him to go through this realization back in 2016, the way that most leftists had an analysis of why it was that Bernie and Trump were rising at the same time and what this populist movement was all about. But hey, better late than never.
Sure. Yeah, we're going to get more into those results in a minute. Let's look at Nikki Haley, Donald Trump, last two on the Republican side. Look, Nikki Haley had an impressive showing, I guess. Obviously, she had a lot riding on New Hampshire. This was going to be the environment by far that was most favorable to her. It was where John McCain won, as I said the other day, in 2008. And Nikki Haley is very similar ideologically to John McCain. A lot of independents in New Hampshire. This was where she was going to fare the best, and she pulled a lot of resources in doing so. And, you know, her in the end, that's what she got. But she didn't win. Trump did, in fact, win. A win is a win. He won Iowa. He won New Hampshire.
See, what they really want to force is Trump to make that lady vice president so she could be the spy to really bring him down and keep his administration going through turmoil. But he ain't going to fall for that.
He's going to win in South Carolina.
Not winning. Her numbers not strong. The only reason her numbers look like anything is because Democrats are voting for.
There's just no way you can spin this or look at this other than it's Trump's party, it's Trump's nomination.
Well, here's how.
Unless they take it away, unless the deep state takes it away from him.
Well, here's exactly how you spin it. You do what Nikki Haley did, which is make your speech as early in the night as possible when the gap between you and Trump is as slender as possible. You champion the fact that whether it's a 7% or a 14% spread, you've come closer than any contender in a very, very long time. And touching Trump's coattails after, we got to remember, a year of campaigning when many people did not think that she, of all of the people in the field, was going to be the one who could get this far. And you keep your eye on the fact that South Carolina is coming up next, and it is your home state. Now, to your point, Trump, the average,
so when she gets destroyed,
the 538 average in South Carolina right now has Trump at 62% and Haley at 25%. So it doesn't look good, but compared to some of the other upcoming contests she could have, I understand why you would want to stay in the race, at least until you have more conversations with your donors and supporters to see if they're willing to stick through it with you, because there is this large group of very affluent, more moderate Republicans who would prefer to get off the Trump train. So it really is contingent, I think, on her donors, and it's her job to just hold space until they decide what they're going to do.
Yeah, look, it doesn't belong to Trump. She can stay in as long as she likes. And frankly, the elephant in the room being the prosecutions and the placing his name on the ballot matter, there's a better case than normal that you want someone else in the field in case that happens. Although that happening would be
it's squatting rights,
but it could happen. But I don't see any conceivable way. I just don't, that in a actual head-to-head match, just with the voting, just with the primaries, she could hope possibly ever to defeat Donald Trump. This was the best showing she will have, and it wasn't enough.
Looking at some of these exit polls, it's interesting to see if you can glean any insights about what the electorate is doing, generally speaking, where Trump is stronger, where Haley is stronger. She edged out Trump a little bit with women, 48% of women to his 40% of women, edged him out a little bit with non-white voters, edged him out a little bit with, surprisingly, Trump actually did better with younger voters than Nikki Haley. But perhaps it's not so surprising when you look at the fact that she performed better with more affluent voters than Trump did. And of course, older people and affluence tends to come together.
Well, I pointed out before that young people on the right seem especially, the more online you are, the more involved in social media. And if you're on the right and you're very anti-wokeness, anti-DEI, those top, Vivek has a lot of support from those same people. That is not Nikki's crowd, so that doesn't surprise me.
But the biggest factor that, of course, all of the Republicans are pointing to right now is the fact that Nikki Haley had 88% of voters that identified as Democrats to Trump's 5%, and only 25% of voters that identified as Republicans compared to 74%. She did get 60% of independents compared to 38%, but New Hampshire is a state where there are a huge number of basically Democrats who identify as independents. So that explains what her successes are in this state, and it doesn't bode well for her in states that are less independent like New Hampshire.
She would certainly be a very strong general election candidate. She gets a lot of independent support, some Democratic support. The polls show her beating Joe Biden by an even greater margin than Donald Trump beats Joe Biden. But in fact, Donald Trump is up over Joe Biden as well. And Donald Trump has not total control, but enough control over the Republican Party and enough love still from Republican primary voters that I don't see any way he's not the nominee at this point, other than interference from without.
So that's largely the pitch she's going to be making heading into South Carolina. New ads are up. Alex Thompson over at, is he still at Politico? No, he's at Axios, posted some transcripts of her new ads where you can get a sense of what her framing is. She's framing that as a choice that nobody wants, which is true based on polls, and nobody wants this 20 matchup between Biden and Trump again. She points to their age, says that she's a younger candidate, a stronger candidate.
Not according to Don Lemon, but sure.
Well, even he would acknowledge it as a relative metric. I mean, I saw an MSNBC panel last night where they observed that Bill Clinton, who hasn't been president for 25 years, is younger than both of the candidates that are likely to be the nominees in this cycle.
Al Gore as well. Yeah. There's a lot of political figures from the 90s who are not so ancient as the two people who are just about guaranteed to be our nominees. So we will continue to pay attention to that. We'll have more to say on the Democrats. Well, we have some updates from Israel and Palestine to get to. The Israeli military says it has killed 9,000 Hamas fighters and has degraded the group's capabilities since October 7th. But officials told the Washington Post that Israeli Defense Forces say these gains could be threatened by the government's lack of a post-war strategy, according to the Post. Israel says it is moving away from large-scale bombardments and toward targeted raids.
24 Israeli soldiers were killed during fighting in Gaza on Monday, per the IDF, the Israeli military's deadliest day since the fighting renewed after October 7th. The IDF says most of the soldiers were killed in a terrorist blast while, quote, clearing out a buffer zone. They were setting charges to blow up residential housing. The IDF charges were then ignited by an RPG, killing over 20 soldiers. On Tuesday, John Kirby criticized Israel's plan for a buffer zone in Gaza, saying the plan goes against the Biden administration policy, saying, quote, we do not want to see the territory of Gaza reduced in any way. We won't support that. Meanwhile, medical personnel in Gaza say at least 40 Palestinians were killed in Khan Yunis yesterday, which was once designated a safe space for Palestinian evacuees. Al Jazeera reports that Nasser Hospital has come under fire as Israeli forces push to encircle the city, creating brutal conditions for medical workers and threatening to knock out one of Gaza's few remaining functional hospitals. Yesterday, displaced Gazans protest the lack of humanitarian aid entering the Strip and demanded an immediate ceasefire and return to their homes. Meanwhile, stateside, the Democratic Majority for Israel PAC is trying to stop New Hampshire, state of New Hampshire, from even tallying write-in votes cast for a ceasefire. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. In a clip that we can't show because we don't have the rights to it, there was a protest around all of the aid trucks that are lined up outside of Gaza, unable to get in, of some Israelis protesting the idea that they would come in. This is obviously a contentious issue. And the large Israeli, the IDF death toll, the largest of the conflict for Israel so far, has come under some scrutiny and been subject to some controversy because the 20 plus soldiers that were killed were laying these charges in residential housing, and that an RPG set off their own charges, and that's what ended up killing the IDF soldiers. So there was this question now brought into focus of whether or not the act of blowing up residential housing, setting charges, walking away, and just doing demolition on houses is one well tailored to actually targeting Hamas. If you're in a house, you're laying charges, is there really a strong argument that Hamas are lying in wait in the basement or in tunnels? And two, whether or not the practice of clearing a buffer zone, which Israel has now admitted to, is conducive with international law, and whether it's a flagrant kind of thumbing the nose at what Americans have said their political objective, their broader objectives are in Gaza, which is not to decrease the land size of Gaza and allow more kind of territorial expansion of Israel into the occupied territory.
Yeah, it again shows that Israel is going to go its own way, has its own plan. The Netanyahu government is committed to doing what it's doing, even as American officials are increasingly dissatisfied with the approach and wanting not to create a buffer zone, rejecting some of the rhetoric that Netanyahu has used, specifically saying there will not be a two-state solution. That is objectively contrary to what President Biden's position on the conflict is, but we continue to offer unqualified support, and it doesn't seem to phase Netanyahu at all that we're upset he's going to continue doing what he's doing, and we have no ability to change his mind or grapple with the situation.
Well, we do. We could stop providing the bombs that are being dropped on Gaza and stop providing the $1 billion worth of funding.
Yes, but the Biden administration is not willing to do that, it seems.
Right, but it has the ability to do it. It's a really important distinction there, because everything that is happening is done with the Biden administration's tacit approval, explicit approval, if you really want to read into it, because it could not be done without America's support, not just its literal support in terms of financing and bombs, but also the cover that the United States is giving to Israel in the international stage, in the UN, with its vetoes of any kind of investigation of a ceasefire, all of the kinds of resolutions that have come before the UN in the last 3 months. It's also worth picking up on, I think, something interesting that we said in our read here, that Israel is saying that it's moving away from large-scale bombardments and toward targeted raids. Again, this is a kind of an admission that what they were doing was non-targeted before, and raises some questions that are before the ICJ right now, as to whether or not what Israel is doing has ever been, during the course of this campaign, targeted to get Hamas, or whether or not it's a broader bombardment that's intended to do something along the lines of ethnic cleansing and or genocide, especially when you look at the enormously disproportional Hamas combatant to civilian kill ratios, and of course the ongoing accusations of collective punishment with denying the aid, the medical supplies, the water, the food, et cetera, to the region.
Yeah, I mean, the thing to note about the targeted raids involving people, is they're actually more dangerous for the Israeli soldiers as well, as the greatest day of violence for the IDF forces. Going in, actually mobilizing ground troops, doing door-to-door maneuvers with actual soldiers risks their lives. So they're going to have to
But to be clear, loss of life is tragic, but 24, the front page news is that 24 IDF soldiers were killed by their own explosives. To be clear, they weren't engaged in any armed combat. They were killed by the explosives they were setting to use to blow up residential housing in Gaza. But also that 250 odd Palestinians are killed every single day in Gaza, and those lives are considered to be kind of grandfathered in. In fact, we have a clip of a particularly galling clip of a 51-year-old man waving a white flag. He had just finished conducting an interview with ITV, said he was going to try to rescue his family members and to evacuate them in Yan Kunis. His name was Ramzi Abu Shalul. He was a 51-year-old clothes seller. After, we're going to see this in a clip, after he finishes conducting this interview, turns and walks away, waving a white flag to go get his family members. And you see him gunned down, seemingly just in cold blood, by the IDF. Let's take a look.
Members and get them out of harm's way.
عند الحجة واخويا وعنده حوالي 50 نازح او 70 نازح موجودين في البيت الثاني اللي يخش علينا لو طلعونا واخويا ما طلعوش بدنا نروح يعني نطلع ان شاء الله.
The interview complete, our cameraman walked away. And then this happened.
Now, British outlet The Independent covered this and spoke to a human rights lawyer named Michael Mansfield, who said the footage was compelling evidence of a war crime, saying, quote, "This group of 5 people are unarmed. They didn't have weapons of any kind. They are waving a white flag. They do not present a threat. So to shoot them without warning just like that, it is an execution." And keep in mind that Bernie tried to pass a resolution just to look into the idea of whether or not Israel is committing war crimes with money that the U.S. is sending them. A bipartisan vote of Congress struck that down. Meanwhile, Americans are seeing footage like this. I think that largely explains why the desire for a ceasefire is so high in the United States, and why, frankly, it's really a political albatross for Joe Biden.
I want to pick back up on something you said a few minutes ago. I mean, they were the Israeli soldiers who were killed. They didn't accidentally light their own explosives and blow themselves up. They were in a firefight. They were fighting Gaza militants
an RPG
struck the explosives.
Their explosives, and it caused the building to collapse on them. Yeah.
Right. So they're combat deaths, which was my point, that sending in ground troops is increasingly dangerous for the soldiers as well, and Israel might want to take that into consideration.
They have been taking that into consideration. I think that's why they've been doing all of these bombardments, which preserve Israeli life. And if you think that preserving Israeli life is more important than not killing tens of thousands of innocent
I think preserving
civilians,
both lives is important, and that's why a ceasefire would be great, and we would love for that to happen. And Israel has offered to end the war immediately if the senior leadership of Hamas goes into exile, surrenders, including the organizer of the October 7th attack. So it's on them for refusing to do that. And every death that happens as they wait that out is their fault.
You've been very clear on that position, and I think it's an immoral one, but we'll continue to disagree about that going forward.
The IDF killed at least 120 Palestinians overnight in Gaza as attacks there continued. That's according to the Gaza Ministry of Health. Now, Plus 972, an Israeli news organization, is reporting, interestingly, Emily, that the Israeli intelligence is now using the Gaza Ministry of Health numbers in its own assessments. Early on in the conflict, they apparently, according to 972, surveilled the Gaza Ministry of Health, which the BBC and others still refer to as quote unquote Hamas run, to try to figure out whether or not those casualty figures being produced were accurate or not. They determined that they are accurate. And so now even Israeli intelligence is now using Ministry of Health numbers. Now, all of this is coming as there has been reports of a 2-month ceasefire offered by Israel and rejected by Hamas. John Kirby was asked about this yesterday. Let's play a little bit of sound from that.
Report that the Israelis have presented a new ceasefire, a temporary ceasefire for a hostage deal, a 2-month pause to release all the hostages and the buys of civilians and soldiers. Can you confirm that? Is the U.S. engaged as Brett's in the region right now? Is he trying to actively sort of drum up support for that framework of a deal?
Yeah, I'm not able to confirm those specific reports that you're talking about in the press. Brett is in the region. He was in Cairo today, as a matter of fact, and he'll have other stops along the way. Certainly, one of the things he's in the region talking about is the potential for another hostage deal, which would require a humanitarian pause of some length to get that done. And that's definitely on the agenda. He'll also be talking about a range of other issues, including humanitarian assistance, including getting assessment of Israeli Defense Force operations and the protection of civilian life. I mean, there's a lot on his agenda, but I can't confirm these reports that those are the parameters of the deal that's being discussed. The last thing I'll leave you with is that, as I've said before, the discussions are sober and serious. Again, I don't want to get ahead of where we are or give you, I can't give you odds on if and when we'll be able to get there, but the conversations are very sober and serious about trying to get another hostage deal in place.
Now, Emily, Israel has not publicly confirmed that they made this offer, though the reporting is, strongly suggests that they did. Hamas has not publicly confirmed that they rejected the offer, though the public reporting suggests that they did. What do you make of both the offer and also then the rejection?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the Biden administration strategy is here, and I just don't have confidence in the Biden administration strategy at all. I was actually curious, Ryan, what you made of how John Kirby handled that question, because when he said, "Oh, I can't confirm that those are the parameters of the deal," it sounded like he was saying those are the parameters of the deal. Mm-hmm. What did you think about that?
Yes, and the way that he finished it off by saying that the talks are sober and serious around upcoming hostage release negotiations does suggest that these talks are in a pretty advanced stage. I think one thing that is underlying all of these talks is how poorly the war is going for Israel in particular, and we can put up this next element here, which is the biggest example that we've seen. We covered this on the show yesterday. 3 IDF soldiers were killed in separate clashes, but 21 IDF soldiers were killed in a single incident. And I want to talk about that incident real brief before we get into some of the other elements in this block. We now understand that on the kind of the eastern end of the Gaza Strip, only about 600 meters of a kibbutz that has been evacuated. The Israeli government has said that the reason that they were doing a controlled demolition in this area is so that residents of the Gaza envelope, and particularly in that nearby kibbutz, could eventually return. In other words, they're trying to destroy the civilian infrastructure to create a buffer zone. Now, a no buffer zone has been a line for the Biden White House. I don't want to say red line because they don't seem to kind of enforce any of their lines, but they have very publicly said that there can be no Gaza Strip territory that is currently Palestinian territory that is turned over, that is lost to the Israeli government. Separately, the Geneva Conventions, and one of the elements of the Geneva Conventions that Israel itself has ratified, says you cannot kind of destroy civilian infrastructure in order to seize territory, which this very specifically would be doing. So this incident, which has become a massive scandal inside Israel, we now understand was being performed in furtherance of what is objectively understood to be a war crime.
So we have also, don't we have some further elements, Ryan, that get to this point, just so that people can see what you're talking about here? Sure.
And let's talk about some of the other kind of things that have been emerging that continue to turn people against this war. The attacks continue on Khan Yunis, which apparently is something like 500,000 plus people are now huddled in Khan Yunis, one of the second largest city in Gaza, but a place that Israel told people to flee for safety. Let's play this clip here.
In the yard of Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis, Gazans bury their dead on Monday as Israeli warplanes drone overhead. They're unable to reach the cemeteries. Israeli tanks storming the main city in Gaza's south have reached the gate of this and another hospital. In the bloodiest fighting of the year so far, Abdul Karim Ahmed says he went through this at the Ashifa complex in Gaza City a few months ago, where he also buried loved ones.
We're besieged from all sides.
We're reliving the same scenario again and burying them in the yard of the NASA hospital. There is no safe place, no way out.
Inside, the wounded, desperate and stricken crowd the wards and corridors. This is the only major medical complex accessible in Khan Yunis and the largest still functioning in Gaza. Rabiat Salim's injured family waited until morning for an ambulance. My mother was alive and told me, "Don't worry, go grab the others." But she's gone now, he says.
Another war crime allegation that has been breaking through, if we just run through this as well, into the Western press, has been the IDF desecration of cemeteries throughout Gaza. The Times of Israel here reporting IDF said to heavily damage 16 Gaza cemeteries during military operations. There's been a lot of reporting in the Israeli press on this, but CNN too witnessed this. As it's the only way, except for that kind of one CNN reporter who was able to get to a UAE-run kind of field hospital, has been through kind of embedding with the IDF, and so you would expect that you're not going to get a whole lot of reporting about Israeli war crimes when you're embedding, directly with the IDF. However, listen to what CNN saw as they were rolling through with Israeli forces.
CNN witnessed firsthand the results of Israel's bulldozing of graveyards while embedded with Israeli forces last week. The armored personnel carrier CNN was traveling in drove right through this cemetery in Al-Burej on a freshly bulldozed dirt road.
So we have, 120 minimum Palestinian civilians killed. We have the desecration of these cemeteries, punching through into the Western press. We have the 21 IDF soldiers killed while trying to create a buffer zone, which the United States has very explicitly said we do not approve of. And my sense is that one of the reasons that there was this rejection of this initial offer is that Hamas must feel that the war is not going very well for the IDF. But what's your read on it?
Yeah, I have exactly the same read on it. And that's why I thought it was helpful to put all of those things, for everyone to see those things together. Because when you think about that, I have read or heard that, a lot of those 21 IDF soldiers who were killed were reservists. They have families, just an awful thing. And so that question of, from the perspective of Israel, is everything that we are doing in this war, if they're thinking about it like that, is everything that they're doing making Israelis safer now and in the long term? Is this justice? Is this making us safer? And when you look at all of that, it reminds me a lot of what we were talking about with the Houthis last week, Ryan. The Houthis saying, basically, we're enjoying this, bring it on, escalate the war for all we care. We wouldn't mind if you escalated the war. It's like that's not being factored into, at least publicly, it doesn't seem that's being factored into the Israeli decision making, the strategy, because it's like they're prosecuting a war where they expect Hamas at some point to be the word they use is annihilated. Well, Hamas, you can't annihilate Hamas like a traditional army. And listen, like, I'm armchair quarterbacking this from the United States, and Israel knows that. But the strategy doesn't reflect it. It doesn't seem to reflect it, because if your goal in all of these, bulldozing of cemeteries, and Hamas does embed itself within civilian infrastructure, but of course Gaza is tiny and densely populated, and all of that. But if your goal is to annihilate Hamas, and this keeps these examples keep happening, it's going to get a lot harder, I think, to continue selling this war, not just on the international stage, but even at home, as their own soldiers are dying. The further that it gets from October 7th, then the sort of sense that this was a just response that's going to make us safer now and in the future. I think that that case gets a lot harder to make. The more you see Hamas sort of responding like the Houthis have. You've seen like the leader of Hamas abroad say, to the extent he said something to the extent of, like, this is going great for us. Like, this is since October 7th, we've realized that we can get away with a lot. They're not a traditional military. So it's not the same thing. And I just don't understand. I guess I understand, but I don't think it's going to be easy to sell this in the future.
Right. And on the one hand, it's awfully cynical to me of Hamas leadership to refuse pauses because of the extent of the suffering that the civilian population is going through. But at the same time,
right,
just as there seems to be no coherent strategy coming from Israel at this moment, there seems region-wide to be no coherent strategy coming from the United States. There are reports now that the U.S. believes that there will be so much pressure on shipping as a result of both the Houthi attacks and the U.S. response, that it will raise shipping costs for China, and then China will then exert its influence on Tehran, which will then exert its influence on the Houthis, and will get the Houthis to stop firing missiles at ships, which is, most global strategies you talk to are like that's absurd. Like A, China can't do that. B, China isn't going to do that because China is quite fine with us creating this gigantic morass for us.
First of all, the Houthi rebels have given China a pass like they've given Russia a pass because they see them as brotherly and sisterly nations. Only the Europeans, only NATO and the US are ships and shipping industry is in trouble.
For ourselves, separately, as even Voice of America, which is the kind of U.S. military-run news outlet, reported, the Houthis have been very clear that they will allow Russian ships and Chinese ships and any other ships that are not associated with the U.S. or military effort, U.S. or Israeli effort in Gaza. They're letting those pass. They're letting those pass. And so the idea that you're going to get China to jump in and bail us out of our own airstrikes in Yemen. And by the way, we launched airstrikes yesterday on Somalia, claimed self-defense there, more airstrikes on Yemen. We also launched airstrikes at the Iraq-Syria border, and our own bombs were falling in Gaza. So if we creeped across that border, that's 5 countries that we bombed in a single day, which has got to be approaching a record. And it's leading to actual pushback in the United States Senate. And yesterday, there was a letter, we can put up this next element here, from a bipartisan group of senators. It's Mike Lee and Todd Young, the Republicans, and Chris Murphy and Tim Kaine, who are considered to be, very serious Democrats. This is not the peacenik wing of the Democratic Party. And they write, we believe that American participation in another war in the Middle East cannot happen in the absence of authorization by Congress. Unless there is a need to repel a sudden attack, the Constitution requires that the United States not engage in military action absent a favorable vote of Congress. Does your administration believe there is legal rationale for a president to unilaterally direct U.S. military action to defend ships of foreign nations? So Emily, Todd Young and Mike Lee, how much pull do they have in Republican quarters? Could we see kind of a genuine bipartisan coalition coming together and pushing back here?
I think we'll see a genuine bipartisan coalition, but I don't think it will matter because if you look at Senate leadership, they have absolutely, these are not people who care about these extremely serious questions about war powers. And this is this coalition and everything that you just read that they said is absolutely accurate. It's absurd. You're so numb to how these wars are prosecuted at this point. And Mike Lee and Todd Young are heavy hitters. They actually are, well-respected, well-liked, serious conservatives. They're not McConnell lackeys, but they're also, not, they're not considered, like media celebrities or anything like that. They're not like on Fox News every day. That's all I'm trying to say. They are serious people. And that's what's really sad about this. It doesn't matter because, as you know, Ryan, you've been covering this way longer than I have. the blob always wins in these conversations about war powers. So I'm glad to see a bipartisan coalition, and I'm glad to see that it's not just sort of relegated to the fringes. Matt Gaetz, for example, speaking of the fringes, like Matt Gaetz has actually been very good on this, even in relation to Somalia, going back a long time. And so to have someone like Mike Lee and Todd Young making this case in the upper chamber is important, and it's great. I am just so thoroughly cynical about this making much of a difference going forward.
Right, and speaking of some of these atrocities breaking through in the West, wanted to close this segment with incredible reporting from I-24, an independent news outlet in the UK, which is kind of set up 70 years ago or so as sort of a competitor to BBC. They had an I-24 cameraman in Gaza who carries out a bunch of interviews. And let's roll this, and I can narrate this for some of the people who aren't able to watch. Oh, correction! I will not be narrating this because this is a SOT. So let's roll this from this news clip from I-24.
As he moved forwards towards the combat zone, he noticed this group of men doing their utmost to appear non-threatening, trying to proceed with care. They wanted to reach 2 other family members and get them out of harm's way.
عند الحجة واخويا وعنده حوالي 50 نازح او 70 نازح موجودين في البيت الثاني اللي يخش علينا اليهود طلعونا واخويا ما طلعوش بدنا نروح يعني نطلع ان شاء الله.
The interview complete, our cameraman walked away. And then this happened. The interviewee had been shot and fatally wounded. You can see them place their flag on his chest. As he was carried away, the white flag was turning red.
And so it's pretty self-explanatory if you could hear the narrator, but you see a group of men who are waving a white flag, trying to get from one part of the area to another to help to escort out some of their other family members to safety. And then out of nowhere, kind of shots ring out, and one of the men who was just being interviewed appears to almost die instantly. And as they're carrying him away, in this indelible image, they place the white flag as something of a bandage on his chest, and you can see the blood soaking through the white flag. His wife is not far away from him, and she soon after this clip, and she realizes what has happened to her husband, who was just trying to go help some family members. She collapses into unimaginable grief. And while that's happening, shots continue to ring out, and you see all these children around these men who are kind of looking left and right, trying to find somewhere where they can go to hide, but it's not exactly clear, where they're getting shot from, and where they can go. And all the while, they're trying to find some way that they could get this man who's just been shot help. This comes, of course, just a few weeks after the IDF shot and killed 3 escaped Israeli hostages who were waving a white flag. And so there doesn't seem to have been, following that incident, any reflection whatsoever on how to respond to unarmed civilians who are wearing white flags. The fact that this aired in a Western country, in the UK, Emily, do you think that this type of incident has the potential to break through, or are the camps just so dug in at this point that defenders of Israel are going to continue to see catastrophes like this as the equivalent of victims of an earthquake or a hurricane? Can't really tell who's responsible.
And that was ITV, not I-24, right?
Oh yeah, did I say I-24? Sorry. Yes.
Yeah,
ITV.
Yeah, ITV is British, right? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah,
I-24,
no, and I mean,
yeah,
obviously,
ITV. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's yes, and so again, that's where I do think these images are powerful in the Western press, and I actually think, again, like I was watching a podcast interview that the foreign leader of Hamas, who's is sort of media facing, people have probably seen some of his interviews that he's done, is talking, I think just in the last couple of days, about how they've been somewhat, what's the right word, surprised to see the reaction or the lack of support, the support for Palestinians in the West, the lack of support for Israel in the West, and that's a good thing for Hamas, and that you can see it sort of empowers Hamas. And to that point, I'm not trying to say that doesn't mean people should support Palestine. What I am saying is that what he's talking about is how people are reacting, I think, exactly to clips like that. And it does. The one thing he's right about there is that does make that difficult for Israel. And listen, like, I don't want Hamas to be in charge of Gaza. I want to see Hamas annihilated. The idea, though, that Hamas is going to be annihilated if you just do operations like this enough, where you have people with white flags, or you have where people with white flags get caught up, or you have civilian infrastructure, because Hamas has some hundreds of miles now, through reporting, we know hundreds of miles of tunnel. You're not going to annihilate Hamas, and then what next? Say we've talked about this, right? And say that is accomplished. If you annihilate Hamas, what's going to come into that vacuum that is better than Hamas? If not, the United States, who's providing essential support in this war, believes in a two-state solution. Netanyahu and the people that Netanyahu is answering to in his coalition do not believe in a two-state solution. So actually, none of this makes sense for the future. Like the strategy, the more these clips are played in the midst of this strategy, I think the more difficult it does get for Israel. And that's the bottom line. Like, I actually think some of these soldiers are, I don't want to minimize the difficulty of their situation. And I don't know, but this looks horrific. I mean, it looks horrific and likely is horrific. And so I think the longer this goes on without a really clear strategy, I think it actually also will get more difficult to continue selling to the Israeli public as a whole, because even far right people, and I say that they would obviously want an escalation in the war, but even some of the people on the far right in Israel aren't happy with what the end goal seems to be.
Hey, if you liked that video, don't forget to hit the
As the war on Gaza continues, the reality of the situation on the ground is that a ceasefire would be beneficial for both sides. And that's definitely true when you consider the deadliest day for IDF soldiers, which occurred just yesterday. 24 IDF soldiers were killed, including 21 reservists, making it the deadliest day since launching their military operations in Gaza. And here are some more details about what occurred and why it was the deadliest day.
The Israeli military said that a unit of Israeli reserves was trying to demolish a pair of two-story buildings in Gaza when Palestinian militants nearby fired an RPG that hit a tank. That blast apparently triggered a chain reaction that detonated the mines the soldiers were going to use in the buildings, causing a massive explosion and bringing those buildings down on them.
So they're installing bombs in this building, two-story building. Hamas launches, RPG at that point, and by the way, not targeting them specifically, but in the vicinity, and that triggers the explosives in the building. The building comes crashing down. People within the building, meaning the IDF soldiers, die as a result of that. The latest casualties bring the number of Israeli soldiers killed since the ground operation began to 221. So there are costs for Israel, and as we know, you can. And I'm specifically talking about the Israeli government here. I mean, you could talk about 25,000 Palestinians dead, they don't even blink an eye, right? But they care deeply about every single Israeli life. And so for them, 221 Israeli soldiers dying is a very big deal. And for the family members of these reservists, I'm sure it's a huge deal for them. And they're really starting to reconsider, what they're willing to give up to continue supporting this war, which has really done nothing in terms of destroying the leadership of Hamas. The leadership remains intact. In fact, most of the leaders for Hamas are in other countries, including Qatar and Lebanon. And so as the US government has claimed, they're a little bit concerned over the fact that most of the Hamas militants who have been killed are low-level militants who are easily replaced. And given the number of Palestinians who have lost many, many members of their families, this war is very likely radicalizing some people, which can help Hamas with their, recruiting efforts. So it's awful for everyone involved. There's really no end in sight, and that's the other thing. Benjamin Netanyahu is not clear about what he intends to do. What will the end of this war be? How will we get to the end? Simply saying we're going to destroy Hamas while you're killing civilians and low-level Hamas militants in the Gaza Strip is not good reason for all the bloodshed that we're seeing both in Gaza and among IDF soldiers.
Yeah, well, look, I'm split on the 24 IDF soldiers killed. First of all, they're not civilians, they're soldiers. So a lot of times people say, hey, it's war, when they are trying to justify burning women and children alive. So that's not, hey, it's just war, that's a war crime, right? And it's a war crime when a so-called terrorist does it, and it's also a war crime when a so-called state does it. Okay, to me, killing civilians is terrorism either way, okay? But when it comes to soldiers, that actually is war. And so these guys they're like, hey, we're going to blow you up. Oh, what a tragedy. Instead of blowing you up, we got blown up.
I know, but look, you're absolutely right in making that distinction, but it is worth highlighting this because there is a cost for the Israeli side. For the families who continue to support the bloodshed that's taking place in the Gaza Strip, these are, the IDF soldiers don't, in most cases, have a choice, right?
No, they don't have a choice.
They don't have a choice. So
no, it's a trap. No, that's what I was going to get to. On the other hand, they're human beings, right? Yes, they're soldiers, but they're human beings, and a lot of them are young. And yeah, I'm sure some of them are into it. We showed you the video where they're dancing, talking about how they're going to murder everybody in Gaza, and how celebrating the idea that they were going to exterminate Amalek, the ridiculous religious idea that the Palestinians should be destroyed because of who they are, right? But a bunch of IDF soldiers are just kids who got drafted, and they're in the middle of this war. Next thing you know, they're up. So you should be concerned about everyone who dies, okay? That goes to the point that Anna's making. All we're gonna get is more death here. There's not going to be any peace that comes out of war, any further bombings, whether it's the Israel planting a bomb or Israel getting bombed. The war is never, ever going to lead to peace and security. It's so obvious. The only people who can't see it are the ones who are blinded by rage and vengeance on both sides, right? You go talk to Hamas, they don't, really, are you trying to get a two-state solution? It doesn't look like it, right? It looks like you're just trying to get vengeance on the Israelis. And now the Israelis have gotten 20 times the vengeance on Palestinian civilians. So if you care about peace, this is 100% not the way to get there. And it's actually inarguable, you know that. And by the way, now even Israel admits their entire effort, if it was meant to destroy Hamas, was a complete and utter failure. They have this nonsense number that they put out there that 70% of Hamas is still intact. So that means at best case scenario, even with IDF propaganda built in, they can't stomach saying that they killed more than 30% of them, because they definitely didn't. Because they're in the tunnels, the bombs didn't affect the tunnels. And they got zero leadership, not one guy in leadership. So that means if you thought it was a military objective, it failed spectacularly and has almost no chance of working. And if you think that it has a chance of working and you want to send those IDF kids into the tunnels, a lot more of them are gonna die.
Yep.
And so, and by the way, I mean, again, you cry for them as human beings and you cry for their family, etc. But as a country, you don't get to say, oh, I can't believe the Palestinians fought back against our soldiers who were there to kill them. That's not a thing. That's actually war, right? So there's only one way out, which is end the damn war. You got your vengeance. We've got to go back to reality. But no, Netanyahu's never going to give them a Gaza back. So I don't know how this ends, guys. There's the only thing I could possibly think of that's realistic is that Israel calls elections and gets rid of Netanyahu. Because he is saying as long as he's in charge, he is never going to leave Gaza. And if they never leave Gaza, Hamas is never going to stop fighting. And this will last forever.
Thanks for watching the video, guys. We all
So we have covered the story about South Africa taking Israel to the ICJ for genocide. And other countries have spoken out against South Africa, Canada being one of them, Germany being one of them. And I said, Germany, take a step back, read the room. You're probably not the best to comment on this, right? But there have also been other countries that have come out in support of what South Africa is doing. In fact, Indonesia is also filing a lawsuit against Israel at the ICJ. Wait for it, folks. And their reason is different. Because you see, Indonesia is not filing a lawsuit against Israel in reference to genocide of the Palestinian people. They're filing a lawsuit in reference to the occupation. Let's get into it. Here we goes. Indonesia files lawsuit against Israel at the ICJ. So this story broke on January 20th. Like I said, a lot of people haven't covered this yet. I think it's just not getting enough attention. So we're going to take care of that here. Israel's Mariv newspaper reported that Indonesia has filed a new lawsuit against the Israeli occupation at the ICJ. In doing so, Indonesia joined South Africa, which filed the first lawsuit against Israel for committing genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. The Indonesian Foreign Ministry has previously assembled a team of experts to help draft Indonesia's ICJ case to hold Israel accountable for its policies and practices in the occupied Palestinian territories. So this is a little bit different, folks, because all this time that Gaza has been occupied, all this time that the Palestinian people have been forcefully removed from their homes in the West Bank, this kind of has fallen under the radar in reference to the genocide story. But Indonesia is here to remind people how this all began. And what is really important about this particular lawsuit is that Israel cannot point to this and say, but it all started on October 7th. Because this isn't about October 7th. This is about what Israel has been doing to the Palestinian people prior to October 7th. So it will be interesting to see how they try to spin this. According to the local Jakarta Post website, Foreign Minister Retno Marsudi said that the case will help support global order based on international law, as well as support the Palestinians. Marsudi's statement was made ahead of a meeting of dozens of international law experts and academics in the capital, Jakarta. Last week, the ICJ held 2 public hearings as part of the start of looking into the lawsuit filed by South Africa against Israel on charges of committing crimes of genocide against Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. On December 29th, South Africa filed a lawsuit before the ICJ, accusing Israel of committing crimes amounting to genocide in the Gaza Strip, which has been subjected to a fierce war for more than 3 months. For his part, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu asserted, nobody will stop us, not the Hague, not the Iranian-led axis of evil, and not anybody else. So this is another example that I've pointed to of Israel actually being its worst enemy. What does Israel damage is their mouth. The statements from Netanyahu, the statements from his advisor in these interviews, all of the Israeli representatives that have been on multiple interviews and other discussions where they have made statements so blatant that you can't even deny what their goal is, to remove the Palestinian people altogether. They are their own worst enemy. Netanyahu announced in a press conference, we will continue the war in the Gaza Strip until we achieve all of our objectives. The Hague and the axis of evil will not stop us, but did not clarify what he meant by the axis of evil. So again, for those who are just joining, Indonesia files lawsuit against Israel at the ICJ, not for genocide, although they agree with South Africa about the genocide. This lawsuit is particularly about the occupation and the policies and practices of Israel towards the Palestinian people. Way to go, Indonesia, right? Doing the damn thing. And I just want to give you an example here. Now, this is from John Kirby. Because I said before, if anyone is going to hurt Israel, it is going to be Israel's own mouth. A couple days ago, I played the clip from Benjamin Netanyahu where he was proud to use the phrase from the river to the sea. And more journalists are starting to ask, when is the US government, when are the Zionists going to push back on that phrase being used by Israeli officials? In fact, John Kirby was just questioned about that recently. Let's get into this clip. So here we are at one of the White House press conferences. Listen to this. A journalist is going to ask John Kirby about Netanyahu using the phrase from the river to the sea.
Did the president address Netanyahu's use of the phrase from the river to the sea in their conversation today? I know the White House has previously said that phrase is divisive. So
I'm not aware that that specific phrase was discussed.
Do you condemn him using that phrase?
Look, there's a connotation with that phrase. We've talked about this before, but when you use the phrase "river to the sea," it speaks basically to the mantra of Hamas and in their manifesto, where they basically describe the geographic bounds of what they believe to be Palestine. And if you look at it on the map, if you go look at the four corners that they describe it, it's basically the state of Israel. They just don't believe it should exist. So again, it's not a phrase that that we recommend using, given because of that context.
So let me interrupt here for just a second. You see, let's remember people like John Kirby were very vocal about pro-Palestinian protesters using that phrase. John Kirby and many others made statements basically saying that those protesters were calling for the eradication of Jewish people. I told you multiple times that is not what that was about. They were chanting that phrase to call for the liberation of the Palestinian people. But the Zionists, especially that was like Bill Ackman, found a way to win that narrative, right? They said that phrase was divisive. Now, all of a sudden, when Benjamin Netanyahu was using that phrase, all of those Zionists like Bill Ackman, John Kirby, all of them are silent. Because you see, the thing is, it wasn't necessarily so much a problem with the phrase itself. It was the fact that they only wanted Israel to use it. Because apparently it's okay to use that phrase if you're Israeli, but the Zionists don't feel it's okay for you to use that phrase if you're Palestinian, because the Zionists don't care if the Palestinian people are removed. So just think about that for a second. Now, all of a sudden, John Kirby is just like, I don't know what was discussed. Now, all of a sudden, he doesn't know, right? pay attention to the journalist who was asking this question, and they're going to zoom in on her. I want to show you.
Hamas. This was
This woman right here. If she looks familiar to you, that's because she has been on CNN multiple times. She's been on MSNBC multiple times about questions about voters supporting Joe Biden, right? So they'll usually bring her on to question her about where young voters stand and who they may vote for, who they say they're thinking about voting for 2024. That's who that is, right? So listen to what she says.
That context.
But this wasn't Hamas. This was Netanyahu.
I understand. I don't have anything more on that, and I certainly don't have.
So she said this wasn't Hamas. This was Netanyahu. You see, John Kirby messed up. Because what John Kirby did is he's trying to say, well, Hamas has that in their charter, which, by the way, we've debunked this multiple times, that charter has been rewritten. Charters can be rewritten, right? But they're still referring to the old charter, comparing instead of talking about the new charter. That's on purpose. That's on purpose. So now he doesn't know what to say. Now he can't condemn that phrase with Netanyahu using it. Now all of a sudden he has not heard about this. By the way, Israel has deleted that video. So it's a good thing that people who recorded it still have that copy of it. I showed it on here, but since then they have deleted that video. Just another example of them trying to hide and cover up information. So now that it's Israel that is using the phrase, now all of a sudden he doesn't really have anything to say. We'll let him finish up here.
Have anything more on that, and I certainly don't have anything more on the conversation to read out with respect to that.
I sincerely hope people can see the propaganda. But long story short, Indonesia has just filed a lawsuit against Israel at the ICJ. They are suing them for the occupation, the practices, and the policies that Israel has had against the Palestinian people. And I think this is a very clever lawsuit for them to do, because when it comes to this particular situation, Israel cannot say, well, it all started on October 7th. No, hon, it all started 1948. Shout out to Indonesia doing the damn thing.
Joe Biden is set to designate the Houthis in Yemen as a terrorist organization. The Houthis in Yemen are officially known as the Ansar Allah, and they control the capital and govern over 80% of the population. They are the formally recognized government of Yemen. So Genocide Joe and his entire batshit crazy administration just put a whole ass country on the terrorist list, because Yemen is the only country that is following their obligation laid out by the Genocide Convention. The Genocide Convention states that anyone who helps enable a genocide, including private entities, is fair target. So according to the United States and UK, the Ansar Allah are evil because they're implementing a blockade to oppose a genocide. Also, the United States wants to take an anti-blockade position. You sure you want to have that conversation? The United States has implemented a blockade on Cuba for decades, not because they implemented a genocide, but because Cuba chose a different financial and economic system than them. But people in the West think they have the right to condemn the brave warriors of Yemen? So the cowardly Israelis who bomb hospitals and target children, according to the United States, they're not terrorists. According to the United States, the KKK is not a terrorist organization. There are over 3 million signatures on change.org that have been begging our government to label the KKK as a terrorist organization, and they still refuse to. So the KKK, not terrorists. The people who oppose genocide as their legal duty, they are terrorists, according to this country. If you are not careful, The media will have you hate the people that are being oppressed while loving the people who are doing the oppressing. Lula in Brazil, some of the most influential leaders in this hemisphere, they condemned the Cuban embargo. They've been pressuring the United States using every single peaceful way to resist the embargo on Cuba. No avail. So based on your guys' argument, if you guys think the Ansar Allah are a terrorist because they implement a blockade, which is done in a legal fashion, as I explained, because they're resisting genocide, what kind of insane society would list those people as terrorists? The people that actually implement a blockade to pressure a terrorist country. Because, once again, how are you guys defining terrorism? By killing people? Waging war? Who waged more war than the United States and Israel? Who killed more people than Israel? Israel is normalizing the idea of targeting journalists, UN workers, and bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals was considered the worst taboo that you can do. When the Obama administration accidentally bombed a hospital, which I never let them live down, no anti-imperialist should ever let them live down, they had to go on a global apology tour. It's something they had to acknowledge, that something that was a mistake and horrible that happened. Now Israel normalized hospitals as a target of war. Meanwhile, majority of white America are cheering it on in both parties. Let's see how Fox News covering it. We got a lot of coverage.
Expected to redesignate the Iranian-backed Houthis as a terrorist organization. This after the group's attacks on shipping vessels that goes unabated. And Griff Jenkins is watching that from the Pentagon. Griff, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Bill. And the Biden administration says they've been reconsidering for months their decision early on in February of 2021 for humanitarian reasons to remove the Houthis from the Foreign Terrorist Organization, or FTO, designation. Now, after 5 attacks by the Houthis in as many days on commercial ships in the Red Sea, including a U.S.-owned vessel, they're poised to put the Iran-backed rebels back on that list. But, Bill, it's not likely that...
You guys see how they keep using the term Iran-backed? What does that mean? Why don't they say that Israel is U.S. backed? That France is a proxy state of the United States? That the UK is U.S. linked? Germany had all their balls removed. There is no sovereignty in Germany no more. They went to the ICJ like sniveling little weasels, sucking up to the Zionist lobby because they're afraid of being called anti-Semitic because they support the Nazi party. Their grandparents supported the Nazi party. So now they got to overcompensate and support another genocide because their grandparents had the most crazy political movement that we've seen in the modern era. So because their grandparents in Germany fucked up, now they got to support genocide. So why, when we talk about Germany, why don't we call them US back? Why don't we just steal and humiliate their sovereignty? It's the Ansar Allah. They control Yemen. They control the capital. You are not telling the truth because you know you're in the wrong. Why do they have to mislead people on this? Because if they know that we was labeling a country stand up to genocide, a legitimate government, the Ansar Allah government of Yemen, who's providing aid and is supported by the majority of the Yemenis people, then people will realize how that's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, let me continue because there's gonna be a lot to say. Because there's another segment I want to get to. I want to get to Mike Pompeo, someone who Trump hired, and I think they're still friendly. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. They're still friendly, and Mike Pompeo talks about this issue later. and sound just as psychopathic as you could imagine.
The full FTO designation, rather something to a lesser degree. Now, one of those options is the specially designated global terror list. It has enforcement teeth like an FTO under international law. It was used in the wake of 9/11 by the Bush administration because it can be applied very swiftly, but it can also be lifted quickly. For instance, if the Houthis were to stop their attacks in those shipping lanes in the Red Sea. Meanwhile, as Secretary Defense Secretary Austin settles into working from home after being released from that 2-week hospital stay, Fox News has obtained that audio of the January 1st 911 call requesting an ambulance for the secretary, made by an unidentified aide, requesting a low-key approach be taken.
Fairfax County 911, where is your emergency?
I'm gonna skip this part because they get into some more Lloyd Austin. I'm gonna show you guys the Mike Pompeo. And the mainstream media is also telling this lie, and they cover this later in this segment, where they're pretending that, oh well, this terrorist designation is going to take about 30 days to implement because they need some time to send the aid to the people who need it. We're going to have targeted sanctions put on the Ansarullah, and we're going to still provide aid to the Yemeni people. This idea is a lie, guys. When they do this, when they put Yemen on a terrorist list, their whole country, that makes it so humanitarian organizations who want to provide aid to their people in the capital, 80% of the population, will not be able to do so. And so when they pretend that this is going to hurt the Ansarullah, they are lying. When they say these increased sanctions they were put on Ansarullah is going to hurt them, let me ask you guys this question. Do the Ansarullah have a stock portfolio on the New York Exchange? Do you think the Ansarullah has a bank account in New York? No, the Ansarullah in Yemen has been divested from the centralized sanction system, and this is another reason why sanctions are dying. A lot of countries had divested and stopped, and it prevented the impact that it had on them. So the average person will be hurt in Yemen, but the Ansarullah, they don't have money that's really in our financial system. So these sanctions are not to hurt them, it's going to hurt the average Yemeni people. But they are not going to tell you this. I'm going to continue with Mike Pompeo. You're going to hear his unhinged take on this conversation.
And tonight, a violent and chaotic situation in the Middle East continues to get worse. 2 Navy SEALs are missing tonight after taking part in what was a critical mission to intercept a shipment of Iranian missiles headed for Yemen. Now, search and rescue operations are underway in the Gulf of Aden. Now, meanwhile, Yemen's Houthi rebels, they continue their attacks in the Red Sea, even striking an American cargo ship yesterday with a ballistic missile.
You see how they got called me? Houthi rebels, Iran back. I just want you guys to ask yourself this question when you watch this. Why can't they tell the truth? Why can't you guys just accurately describe the situation? These are the Yemen control the government, and we are opposed to them for these reasons. They can't. The reason why they had to lie because the truth is not on their side. That's why Zionists lie so much.
And now, finally, Biden is planning to once again redesignate the Houthis as a terrorist organization. Remember, he very generously removed the terror label.
Also, you're going to see them talk about the cope of these people these Navy SEALs gone missing. There are people gone missing. They sent Navy SEALs to intercept weapons sent from Iran to the Ansarullah, and they got fucking got. What did the Ansarullah tell you, dumbasses? The Ansarullah told your dumbasses that if you come over here to the Red Sea, we're going to turn it to a graveyard.
And that nothing and nobody comes between me and my Nathan's hot dog. Yeah, come on up in here now, my dark and lovely lunch. Oh, yeah, there you come on. Yes, my PR firm, all they tell me to do is take me to church. Yeah, Take me to church, I worship you, dog. You're the light of my life. Please forgive me my sins, but I would fall on a knife. You are my destiny, baby. Good God, just get rid of your wife. Take me to church, I go to work. I get my freak on. Take me to church, I write a check. They let me say a few words. Take me to church, I eat some crow and humble pie. Take me to church, I write a contract. We're set for life. Take me to church, First Baptist, here I come. Take me to church. Do we got to see the Catholics too? Are they on the schedule? Do I got to do everything? Take me to church.
15 seconds.
Taxpayer funded, unlimited expense account. Wee, you baby, that's what I like. Take me to church, even a light-skinned elitist like me knows. The darker the better. Take me to church.
All right, guys. So once again, we got to talk about woke Fulton County DA, Miss Fani Willis, and the alleged relationship that she has with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade, whom Fani Willis hired to go after President Trump. Now, here's the thing. Before I get into this, I got to let you guys know I can't make any jokes about Miss Fani Willis and her sex life, because apparently, according to some people in this comment section, they don't like the jokes that I make about people like Fani Willis and Nikki Haley and their alleged sexual lives. So we're going to keep this extremely professional and conservative, right, as possible. Miss Fani Willis allegedly had a romantic relationship with Mr. Nathan Wade. Now, the details of that we really can't get into. We can't make jokes about it. But apparently, there are people who are taking this very seriously, particularly the residents of Fulton County who are pissed. They're pissed about the fact that their tax dollars may allegedly be being used to pay for these extravagant trips that Fani and Mr. Nathan Wade allegedly were taking together. Okay, I mean, they were traveling all across the country, all across the world, and it seems like to me that there's a good possibility that Miss Fani Willis was paying Mr. Nathan Wade in order to benefit herself. Okay, like for example, she paid Mr. Nathan Wade more money than she paid everybody else. And because she's in a relationship with Mr. Nathan Wade, she benefits from it. She gets to go on these extravagant trips with him, in which he is then claiming that he's working while billing Fulton County taxpayers, okay, sending them a fat bill for him to be on this trip with Miss Fani Willis, which in my opinion seems to be possibly money laundering and fraud, things that definitely and should be investigated. And again, this is why you have residents of Fulton County that are coming to some of these county meetings, and they are speaking out and letting their local leaders know that, hey, this is not acceptable. We need full audits of the DA's office and what she's spending the money on, because we don't like the fact that our tax dollars are going to what appears to be politically motivated persecutions and vacations that she's taking on taxpayer dime. Take a look.
On another subject, the Fulton DA's office under Fani Willis hired a special prosecutor, Nathan Wade, who had never prosecuted a felony case. Fulton County has apparently paid this special prosecutor over $600,000. It's now been exposed through divorce proceedings that DA Willis and Special Prosecutor Wade took romantic trips together. It has also come to light that Special Prosecutor Wade billed the county for 24 hours in a single day. I guess his outstanding stamina was a prerequisite for his position. Fulton County commissioners never did approve the hiring, but paid him anyway. His billable hours also exposed several 8-hour meetings with the White House special counsel. Seems to me that the actual collusion is between between the Fulton DA and the White House counsel. Is this county business? I am requesting that this board perform a full audit
15
of
seconds.
County's entire budget. Our tremendous backlog of cases, county cases, still exists. It seems that she has wasted a ton of taxpayer dollars on non-county business, not to mention the taxpayer dollars spent on Fannie's funny business.
Secondly, I fully support an investigation into the DA's office, whether it's the county auditor or whatever means is best appropriate. It is clear we have abuse in the DA's office.
I think that what we need to do is we need a complete audit of every department inside of Fulton County.
Good morning, Commissioners. Derek Blassingame. It is a pleasure and an honor to address you all today. Some of you all have made the comment this morning on my way in that he's done, he's through, it's over. Well, I want to let you know that Derek Blassingame, I'm done with Fulton County fumbling our elections. I'm done with the gross mismanagement of our taxpayer dollars by the Fulton County Democrats on this body. I'm disgusted at the information that is coming out of the district attorney's office as a taxpayer. I am done with most of your silence at the DA's apparent love affair with the special prosecutor and gross mismanagement of taxpayers' dollars to pursue what appears to be a frivolous lawsuit based off of partisan politics. Apparently, guys like me need to court Fulton County female executives if we want a free ride at all paid expense. Apparently, we need to pursue Natalie Hall and Fonnie Willis, or maybe the executives in other departments, if we want a full ride and full pay. The DA appears to be trying to protect past elections, but upon information and belief, she's trying to interfere with future elections by trying to convict a candidate before the general election. I'm requesting a financial audit to be done by the county auditor of the district attorney's office immediately. There is no way that you get more money when you're spending money allegedly for unnecessary and frivolous purposes. Also, these judges need to hire a lobbyist instead of grandstanding this board with these mediocre public relations stunts. Magistrate Court still needs a systemic boost and an IT transformation that's been achieved by the Superior Court clerk. It needs to be pulled together.
15 seconds.
Thank you. Finally, I'm urging you to appoint Julie Adams to the Board of Registration Elections without delay. And we need somebody that's transparent, that's open, and that can be open-minded to all concerns and can address the people's needs. I'm also want that audit of the DA's office immediately.
Yeah. See, now you heard that. Okay. So unsurprisingly, it is hard to ask taxpayers for more money, okay, to raise taxes when apparently you are misusing tax dollars in ways that are clearly and obviously corrupt. Okay. And the residents of Fulton County aren't having it. This is why they came out to the meeting to, in some cases, troll these people running the county, but also to, again, express concern and to demand an audit, right? To demand that there's some type of accountability for what seems to be misuse and abuse of taxpayer funds. Not only that, you also have Republicans in Georgia State Senate that are finally making moves to investigate Miss Fannie Pack because they help fund her office as well too, right? The state helps fund her office. So therefore, they have an interest in figuring out if there is some type of misuse of funds going on as well. And it seems like they're finally about to make a move against Miss Fannie Willis. Take a look.
The Georgia Senate is poised to conduct investigative hearings into the office of Fulton District Attorney Fonnie Willis.
The majority Republican Senate says it aims to use power rarely used at the state level to target Willis, who is prosecuting former President Donald Trump. 11 Alive's Doug Richards is joining us now with more on what we are seeing here from the state capitol. Doug.
Yeah, you know, Congress is well known for its politically charged investigations, and now there are Republicans at the state Senate level who say that it's kind of time for them to get on board and conduct a similar investigation, perhaps into Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis. Because the state government sends about $3 million a year to help fund the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, Republican Greg Dolezal says that's reason enough to investigate how the DA is spending tax dollars.
The General Assembly historically has perhaps not used their investigative authority as much as they should, in my opinion.
Dolezal wants to use that authority to examine Fulton County's election prosecution of former President Donald Trump. DA Fonnie Willis hired Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade to handle it. Willis hasn't answered in An allegation may file that she has a personal relationship with Wade. But records show Fulton County has paid Wade's firm some $653,000 for his services.
The serious allegations that are out there as to whether or not this is prosecution for profit or there is some sort of inherent conflict of interest in the ongoing prosecution of Fulton County.
Frankly, it smacks of McCarthyism.
Democrats say a Republican-led Senate investigation into Willis, who is a Democrat, would be a political exercise in an election year in an effort to undermine Fulton County's criminal case against Trump.
It's certainly overreach, and I think that the Republicans do feel like this is some kind of payback or retribution for what Fani Willis has done.
The resolution has enough co-sponsors for it to pass the Senate. If and when the committee is formed, it will be run by Republicans. There will certainly be a few Democrats on it, but the committee would almost certainly do the bidding of its Republican majority. We're live at the Capitol tonight. Back to you.
All right, Doug.
Yeah, so it seems like everybody wants answers in regards to the nature of the relationship between Ms. Fani Willis and Nathan Wade and whether or not taxpayer dollars were going to fund their extravagant trips overseas and across the country. And I think that it is incumbent upon Republicans to finally grow some cojones and to actually, investigate Democrats and to go after Democrats the same way that Democrats go after Republicans, right? And this is why I feel like from the beginning, they should have did this, right? This is something that should have happened when there were calls for this to happen when Trump first received the indictment in the first place, when Fani Willis first did this. They should have been doing this from the beginning, right? This is something that they should have done a long time ago, okay? But hey, I guess better late than never, but never late is better. I just think that the residents, taxpayers deserve answers, and they also deserve accountability when it comes to what is going on with Miss Fani Willis and the alleged misuse of taxpayer funds. So we'll see what will come out of this. But like I said, we already can see that people are upset. They're demanding answers. Will they actually get answers?
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. The white media is talking about Nikki Haley being worried about her chances to beat Trump in the primaries of South Carolina, her own home state. But there's also another presidential candidate who's a little bit nervous about their chances in that state, Jim Crow Joe Biden. He's been trying to put a pretty face on it, but it's not working. And South Carolina has turned out to be more than just a brief stopover for him. It's a state where his failure to gain black support has become undeniable. And that's got Biden worried, along with the DNC, because they were telling everybody that they had this all wrapped up. Don't worry, all the voters, especially those pesky Negroes, they're going to come home come election time. But it hasn't been happening. Black folks have stayed out the plantation and ain't coming back. Now, as Politico is reporting, and the black media has been telling you for years, Biden's trying to get black votes. But he's trying to do it in a way where he doesn't actually give us anything. So the Democrats are going with the same old failed strategy. Carpet bomb us with radio ads, more BS TV spots, and of course keep trotting out the same old bought and paid for Negro bootlicks to sell the soap for them. You got the Democrats talking about they're going to be running ads. They're not running ads. They're running game is what they're doing. They're running game on black people, and we got to make sure we stop falling for the okie doke. When they talk about running ads, what they mean is the typical Democratic propaganda Jedi mind trick. Oh, Biden's done so much for you Negroes, you just don't know. I know, it only looks like he hasn't done anything just because you got empty pockets and you're watching as he gives everything to everybody else and he totally ignores you. That's just your imagination. He's done so much. Why, he's made it where illegal aliens can vote, and abortion, that matters a lot to you, right? You don't need to pay your bills, you need abortions. You only think you've been ignored. In reality, Biden's done so much for you. That's what they mean by running ads. I'm going to be telling us all these lies and fairy tales and untruths about Biden having done all this stuff that he didn't do. And how's that been working? Well, as Politico reports, Biden's advisors are betting these investments will underscore to black voters across the country that the campaign is prioritizing them. At a minimum, they believe it will prevent those criticisms from Democrats worried about Biden's standing with the base from becoming a deafening chorus. Recent polls have shown Biden underperforming among Black voters by double digits compared to his 2020 results. You get that? Biden is underperforming now by double digits compared to where he was just 4 years ago. He is in worse political shape now than he was 4 years ago when he ran against and beat Trump, who, in case you forgot, led an insurrection and was impeached twice. And now Trump is ahead of Biden in all of the battleground states. Now you see why that whole 14th Amendment challenge to Trump's candidacy is so important for the Democrats. The Democrats have seen this movie before, and they don't like how it ends. This is a replay of the 2016 presidential election that we're seeing unfolding. Deja vu all over again. I mean, how do you lose in the polls to an orange-skinned carnival barker who tries to overthrow the government, and he's been scandalized on everything from his marriage to his taxes to his friends? It's because Biden made a lot of promises to the Black community, many of them empty gestures, and he didn't keep any of those phony promises. That's how you wind up like this. That's how you wind up behind in the polls to a man who you ought to be beating by at least a good 30 or 40 percentage points easily. It's because of all of the lies. Biden produced a hate crime law for Asians and a federal gay marriage law for the LGBT community, but for Black voters who he said he had the backs of, the people who put him in office, nothing. We've heard all of his lies before. Biden and Kamala 4 years ago talked about a lift every voice plan. Anyone remember whatever happened to that idea? His White House level police accountability commission? Anyone remember what happened to that? Oh yeah, Biden said he didn't have time for it, so he wasn't going to do it. And as for reparations, Biden's running mate said she wasn't going to do something that only benefits Black people. No! I guess that's why Biden was so eager to have her as his vice president. And speaking of reparations, what has Biden said about it? Nothing. So what the hell is this for Black people to vote for? And what's this crap about showing that the campaign is prioritizing us? That's a joke. They say nothing about reparations or about legislation and resources to punish these race killers who are targeting us. We're not being prioritized at all. We're being ignored. Well, as Political also wrote, one of Biden's deputy campaign managers said that Biden was running paid advertising aimed at Black and Latino voters in swing states. Now, he started that back in August. Here we are 5 months later. What's the return on investment been? He's behind more in the polls than he was before. And the white media is doing their usual narrative. They have an article that starts off talking about Black people, has Black people in the headline, and right on time, they then switch from Black to Black and brown or Black and whatever. Because when talking about Black people, you can't just mention Black people in isolation. You got to mention everybody else too. So that's the problem. And what's Biden's solution to all of this Black support he's been hemorrhaging? Put out more campaign ads. But even the white media admits they know exactly what the real problem is. Quote, but there are other Democrats who fear that success in South Carolina could prove to be fool's gold for the campaign. The state has an older primary electorate, strategists said. The Black voters that Biden is struggling with most in the general election are younger. So there you have it. They say exactly what it is. Older voters turn out for the primary elections, but the problem is Biden doesn't have enough old people to get him to victory. He needs to also mobilize younger Black voters, which apparently means any Black voter under the age of 55. And those Black voters are the main ones telling him, we're not going for the con game. The article goes on to write, in private, campaign aides have stressed that they feel good currently about their ability to win over independent voters and even Donald Trump's skeptical Republicans should the former president emerge from the Republican primary. It's the party's base, Black voters among them, they're worried about. Not so much that they'd vote for Trump, but that they'd stay home. Now, let's get one thing straight. When they're talking about the party base, they ain't talking about the Asian vote. They ain't talking about the Hispanic vote. They're not talking about the Jewish vote. They're talking about Black voters. Ain't enough LGBT voters to be able to win the election for mayor, much less president. They're talking about Black voters. Black voters are the ones who handed Biden Georgia. Black voters are the ones who handed Biden Pennsylvania. Black voters are the ones who handed Biden Michigan. Without Black voters, he would not have had those swing states, and now Trump is ahead in all of them. See, the list of constituencies that Biden's aides say that they've had success with, though, independent voters and Donald Trump's skeptical Republicans, this is the strategy that I've been telling you about for years now that the Democrats have been pursuing. Ever since black voters started making solid demands, ever since we became problematic as a voting bloc, the Democrats have been trying to replace us with other non-black constituencies. They've been reaching out heavy to these other constituencies, seeing if they can woo them, hand them things. We got you a gay marriage law. We got you a hate crime law. You're going to vote for us now, right? No. They've been running heavy to get the support of casual racist, read white moderates. That's those Trump skeptical Republicans we hear about. That's what Rahm Emanuel and others were talking about when they were saying Biden Republicans. That's what they mean. Their goal was to cobble together a Frankenstein monster of a voter base, one that would have no parts that came from black people. That way they would have themselves a new voter base that was no longer vulnerable to all of these demands we were making. And here, though, they're admitting that's what they've been doing, trying to get people who are not aligned with either political party, or better yet, get Republicans to switch to Biden. That's why you see Democrats hammering abortion and the January 6th insurrection and immigration, other stuff so much, because those issues appeal to some group or another, either with center of right voters or with non-black constituencies. That's the reason why they're doing it. They're pushing buttons and they're trying to see if any of the buttons work. So far, they haven't. A number of registered Republicans support abortion, and they didn't like the insurrection. So the Democrats and CNN and MSNBC hammered that point daily, but it simply hasn't been enough. The problem is black voters. That's their problem, particularly young black voters, or at least the ones who ain't old. And the fear is not that these black voters are going to vote for Trump, but rather that black voters will just stay home instead. That's what Politico wrote. Now, what does that tell you? That's important because for the longest time, the white media has been pushing the lie that black voters are switching to Trump. Have you heard that? I've been pointing that out to you. They've been saying black voters are switching to Trump. No, we're not. We in the black media have told you that's a lie. We have not been switching to Trump. The white media only told that lie because they're desperate to get you off of one treadmill and onto another. Stop being on the Democrats' treadmill and get on the Republicans' treadmill. So they claim that black voters, they're not disengaging from the electoral system. Oh, this is more complex than that. Why? They're switching parties. And they're telling that lie, and they've been telling it hoping that you would fall for it. But you haven't, because the black media has been making sure to keep you on point. And here they are admitting the truth. Younger black voters are fed up with the Democrats' lies and fed up with Biden in specific. And this anger will take the form of black voters sitting out the 2024 election. And no amount of scare talk about a fascist takeover is going to frighten black voters to the polls this time. See, the only reason Biden is president now is because Trump's racism was so obnoxious that a lot of black voters who stayed home in 2016 decided to vote in 2020. But as I told you 4 years ago, that's a trick that the Democrats only get to pull once. Also, it needs to be mentioned, Trump was politically weakened by the political and economic chaos caused by the pandemic. It caused all kinds of confusion and chaos within the white right. And this time, though, there is no pandemic to help undermine Trump against Biden. So when Politico writes that there are Democrats who are worried that the murmuring is going to become a deafening chorus, well, you're a little bit late on that one. It's so loud now that it's dominating the narrative. Black voter turnout has been in decline for a decade now, ever since 2013. We're going on 11 years of this now. And Biden's seeing that the scare tactics aren't working. Doesn't matter how many bootlicks or how many of these old gray heads they bring out here. All of those old black voters who were going along with the get along, they're dying out. And the younger black voters are not taking their place. That's the problem that the Democrats have. Whether deliberately or not, it looks like Biden is determined for his campaign to die on this hill, sticking to the Democrats' policy of not producing anything for us. That's his primary motivation. Winning the election is not. To the Democrats, it's a game of political brinksmanship. You see, 4 years ago, black voters blinked. Instead of sticking to our guns, what happened was we had a bunch of people scared out there saying Donald Trump is too dangerous, et cetera, et cetera. And we in the black media told you, you vote for Biden. It's not as if he's going to be concerned about that. He's not going to suddenly decide, well, you know what? We don't want to displease these black voters, so we better do right by him this time. No, you vote for him, and he's going to double down on it. Because as far as he's concerned, if you blinked once, you'll blink twice. If you gave in once, you'll give in again. Everybody from the police to the average thug on the street understands that principle. This is how politics works in the real world. We told you that Biden wasn't going to do anything for us, that the uprisings of 2020 meant nothing to Biden and the Democrats, because as they saw it, the white media had successfully convinced people this was all about Trump. And if you get Trump out of there, why, things will get better. So of course he wasn't going to do anything but slap us in the face soon as he won, which is exactly what he did repeatedly. Too many black people were scared of Trump as if Biden was any different or any better. See, that's the true evil genius of the white media. They've brainwashed a lot of black folks into being so detached from our own interest, so separated from our own suffering, that they can beat us to death with a whip till the flesh comes off our backs, and we'll smile and say thank you as long as it's a Democrat holding the whip. We never seem to register in our minds that the Democrats are doing all the very things that they claim only the Republicans do. Neither one of the major parties is for us, but we bought into the white media's controlled opposition narrative to the point that we numbed ourselves to this abuse. But the black media came along and started waking people back up again. So this time we have to show that we won't blink. You can't win a game of nerves if you're scared. After years and years, over a decade of trying to pretend as if they didn't know we were out here and what we were saying was true, now they're having to finally admit it. Former Michigan Democratic State Representative Sherry Gay DeGongo said she recently surveyed fellow black community members about Biden, quote, "And if this small inquiry is a sign of a much larger trend, then he's in trouble," she said. They feel he did what was necessary to secure the black vote, but hasn't delivered on black issues. So you got the Democrats' own politicians now saying what we've been saying all along. Biden gave some lip service. You had some scared or otherwise well-meaning, but let's be honest, gullible Negroes who went along with it. They talked themselves into a lie that they on some level had to know wasn't true. Biden did just enough, and then as soon as he got the nomination and then he got the presidency, he said, all right, to hell with you Negroes. He hasn't delivered on anything. Oh, and I'd like to take some of the suspense out of it for Miss Gay Dagnogo. This is not merely a sign of a much larger trend. This is the trend. And you're right, Biden is in trouble. Just like Hillary Clinton was 8 years ago. She also was behind in those battleground states like Michigan and Pennsylvania and others. But just like Joe Biden, you had the white media singing the siren song of surely these Negroes are not going to disobey massa. Surely they're not going to be sitting home acting in their own best interest. They're going to put the interest of Hillary Clinton ahead of their own. Surely they will. That was the siren song they sang 8 years ago. And that siren song ended as a tragedy. Now they're doing it again with Joe Biden. And if the trend continues, which I believe it will, they're going to achieve the exact same results. And they should. As black voters, we have to leverage some sort of consequences for ignoring us. We have to show that we have the will to punish people when they refuse to produce for us. If somebody calls themselves saying, I want your vote and I'll do ABC, and then we give them our vote and they say, okay, then I'm leaving. No, you guys, you're fine on your own. That is somebody who has to be punished. But you want to know what I noticed missing from this little story on Politico? Any mention of nigga Jim Clyburn, America's favorite sharecropper. Oh, they got him in the picture for the headline image, sitting here making nice with Biden. But there's no mention of him in the story at all. Nor of any of these other baby boomers. No mention of the civil rights retreads. See, they're trying to avoid saying that there's a generation gap here. That's what they're trying to avoid saying. They say, well, there's a problem with younger voters. That means you got a generation gap. And you know exactly why that is. The younger voters are looking and saying, these guys ain't offering us nothing. The older voters, all they're concerned about is Social Security. Long as Social Security is around, you can continue to have their vote. And they ain't got nothing better to do except for crawl out of the house 2 times a year, maybe 3 if they're lucky, if there's a special election, and they'll go vote because they ain't got nothing else better to do. That's what happens. That's the problem. You see, they know that they can't be dragging out any of these Clyburns to talk to us. Some hog-mog preacher, some pulpit pimp, that ain't going to work. They can't send them out. You know what, though? I got an idea. If the Democrats are having a problem reaching those younger black voters, you know, the under 55 crowd, why don't they hire Roly-Poly Martin to be a consultant for them? I mean, he has the pulse of the people, right? And he's been begging like a dog for a political consulting gig ever since CNN dumped him. So that's a long time for him to be begging, but that's what he's been doing. The Democrats, they need to hire some folks who know what's going on with the black community. That need to hire messaging. Your problem is messaging. Remember that? The political misleaders have failed to con the younger black voters. So I guess it's time to let the white media's cast-offs try their hand at the wheel, because they've been right about everything else so far, haven't they? Roly-Poly, you remember, was the one who was cursing and ranting on that broom closet show of his when he said that younger black voters aren't important and aren't going to do anything, and the Democrats need to forget about the younger black voters and just focus on the older ones and focus on getting the old folks to the polls. That was Roly-Poly's free advice to the DNC. Y'all need to stop worrying about them younger voters. They stuck on the internet, listening to them angry folk, them new voices of black media, them fools. You need to focus on them older voters. That's how you win with them older voters. That was roly-poly's advice. And that's exactly what the Democrats have done. And look where it's put them. So we can see how much value roly-poly's sage consulting advice has. Even the GOP, which is the party of old white men, even they don't talk like roly-poly does. They don't talk stupid like that. Even the GOP, as terminally geriatric as they are, they understand that if they can't bring in new blood, if they fail to bring in young people, younger voters, then their party will literally die out. Roly-poly hasn't gotten the memo on how mortality rates work. And speaking of clueless tools, the article also has a quote from a woman named Adrienne Shropshire. And if that name sounds familiar to you, it should. She's the head of the so-called Black Pack. I did a video about her. You can find it in the archives of this very YouTube channel. I explained and showed that Black Pack is actually a white-funded, white-controlled organization, so-called dark money. They ought to call it pale money because that's what it is. White money came up with it and funded it. White money funds it today, and they went and hired a front black person to claim that she's the one who runs it. That's what Black Pack is. Naturally, Shropshire just cheerleads for the Democrats no matter what because that's her job. But it's not ours. Family, we have to prove that it's a brand new day now, that we are willing to destabilize the system if it fails to produce for us. The white media has told a ton of lies, but because we've stuck to our guns, they now have to admit the truth, however grudgingly. And it's exactly what we told you it's been for the last several years. The white media has to lie about us because to tell the truth would be too terrifying. Well, it's our job to make sure their worst nightmare comes true. We will ignore and eventually overtake the white media's propaganda. We will crush these bootlicks and ultimately break the backs of these white supremacists on the white right and the left. Joe Biden has run out of scare tactics to use, and we won't let you forget about all the lies he's told. See, that's the real problem now. He can make any promise that he wants. The problem is he made so many broken promises in the past, no black person's going to believe him now. So he can put all the money he wants into South Carolina. But if the black grassroots have our way, instead of South Carolina being the beginning of his reelection, it will be the end of his presidency. He showed us that he could ignore us and not give a rip. Well, now it's our turn. Good day and be one.
Democratic Party, we're watching you.
Yeah.
We are disappointed. We are angry.
Yeah.
We are offended. And we feel like we're being mistreated, misused, and disrespected. We will not continue to be disrespected by the Democratic Party. As I said yesterday, and I'll say today and tomorrow, if you're an independent candidate, Green Party candidate, Republican candidate, now is your time in this city.
Joining us now, the Chicago resident you just heard there, Kata Truss. Kata, it's really great to have you. Tell me what you are frustrated about specifically.
Well, one of the things that I'm frustrated about is the fact that the Biden administration is not handling the migrant crisis in a way that it is good for them or the cities that the migrants are being sent to. I certainly don't want to demonize the migrants because not a lot of what is happening is their fault. I think that our mayor, our governor, as well as President Biden has to step in and make some changes to what is happening right now. Right now, it seems as if our borders are just open and that people are freely coming in and that there are no laws that are being followed in terms of immigration. And so what is happening here in Chicago is that we are seeing our city spend up to $48 million a month to house and take care of migrants. Now, when you talk about the Black communities here in the city of Chicago, and you talk about the years of disinvestment in our communities, in our schools, and all around us, and you see this amount of money being spent to people who have come from outside of this country, that is a problem for us. And I think that one of the reasons I got involved in this is because when you talk about coming into the Austin community, a community that has already been blighted and disinvested in, and talking about one of the major crown jewels of the community, you're talking about taking it away from the community to house migrants at a time where we're seeing increased crime because our children don't have things to do, they don't have jobs, and we're seeing this money being spent, and it's being spent on other people in communities that could really benefit for that money. Here in Chicago, I was sitting in a meeting with the Board of Education, and they talked about a $391 million shortfall that they're going to have this upcoming year. And when you look at the money that has been spent on the migrants, you know, we have a problem with that. And I heard someone say earlier that here in Chicago, we're talking about turning away from the Democratic Party. I have already turned. I will be voting Republican this time around. And I don't think that that's just a sentiment of Carter Trust. I think that's the sentiment of a lot of people around the entire United States. And basically, you know, for years, the Democratic Party has taken our vote for granted, and they feel that they can continue to ignore us, not support us, not give us the things that we need in our communities, and we're going to continue to vote for them. We are not our grandparents. We're different. And when we see that you don't have our best interests at heart, we're going to go elsewhere. I'm going elsewhere.
Kata, that's a big statement. If President Biden were listening right now, or the White House was listening, what would you tell them to try to get your vote back?
I don't know that they can get my vote back. I think that one of the biggest problems with this whole situation is when this started, I called my congressman, I called my step representative, I called my state senator, I called our county commissioner, and I tried to sit down to meet with them. I even called our mayor, and I wanted to sit down and talk to them to find out if there was just something that I was missing, if there was some information that I needed in order to make me sit comfortably with what was happening. And nobody had time to sit down with me. Nobody had time to meet with me to discuss this issue. And so as important as this issue has become to the Black community, and the fact that our mayor, who I know, whom I supported, whom I donated money to his campaign, has not bothered to pick up the phone and to call me and to talk to me about what's happening, is a slap in the face for me. And so, no, I cannot support people who will not support me and my community.
Kata Trust. Kata, thank you very much for joining.
Stand on it. Cult figure. Follow me.